Afternoon, members. Please can you stand for Madam Chairman?
Item 10, Executive Report on Key Issues and Activities. As set out in the Constitution, the Leader has provided an executive report. The Leader will move the receipt of the report for noting and may make a short statement introducing it. No other members may speak on this item and no amendment can be tabled. I call upon Councillor Barton to move that the report be noted and speak on the report for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for giving me a chance to give you an update and present this report. This is just a few things I've been doing over the last few weeks since our last full council, ignoring the LGR one, the special meeting. I had a visit to the new special education needs school in Ravenshead. I had the pleasure, along with Councillor Martin Wright, Hannah John, Rory Green, Kev Brown and James Walker-Gurley, to see the work so far of the new build for the special education needs school, which is run by the Horizons Academy at Ravensdale, Mansfield. The state-of-the-art building is an exemplar site for SEN across the UK. The school has a capacity to hold 160 pupils ranging from the ages of 7 to 19 years old, which is due to open its doors to its new pupils in spring 2026. The school forms part of the Nottinghamshire County Council's commitment to create up to 490 additional special education needs school places by 2026. The build has been cost and managed by Art Partnership in joint venture between the authority and SCAPE. The construction side of the project has been undertaken by Morgan Sindel Construction. The visit was one of complete awe, to be honest. The amount of time that has gone in and painstakingly gone into the requirements and needs of these children shone out throughout. The staff has showed so much passion for their presentation of the project, and it was very moving and indicative of how this school will be run. The detail has been given of how the children will use this school, and it's very inspiring to listen, and I know it will be money well spent, and what a fantastic asset it will be to the communities and the families that it will serve. Then we moved on. We had the Kingsmill traffic lights upgrade in Mansfield/Ashfield, if you want to argue about the border. The traffic lights at Kingsmill are arguably one of the biggest traffic light signal upgrades this council has ever done. This has cost the authority £500,000 and it is now live and up and running and working with no issues. The lights are situated on the A38 Kingsmill junction with Ashfield, which is one of the busiest in Nottinghamshire. Councillor Bingham and I visited the site for the launch. I have to say I was more impressed with the work and the insight has gone into the project. It is a bespoke project. Vera have worked exceptionally hard to come up with the system, and it recognises traffic on approach up to the lights and organises the traffic flow to alleviate congestion. I am sure this will ensure the area not only operates in a much more efficiently for traffic, but also much safer and fit for purpose at such a busy junction. I also had the pleasure of meeting the new director appointment for the Children's Services. Last week, I welcomed Dan Coyle to Nottinghamshire County Council, who is the newly appointed Chief Executive for Children and Families, and is a very experienced officer with more than 30 years' experience in working in all aspects of the Children's Services. It was a pleasure to meet Anne, and I'm sure with her wealth of knowledge within the service, she will be a great asset to the council, and I look forward to working with her along with my fellow councillors. Nottinghamshire Day. As leader of the council, along with the chairman, Jan Gould, It was a pleasure to raise the Nottinghamshire flag at the start of the 5th of Nottinghamshire Day. This is the 5th, anniversary of Nottinghamshire Day. It was great to see lots of free events for families happening throughout the county, especially at Sherwood Forest, the home of Robbie Dunn. The purpose of the day is not only to celebrate our great day, but also to encourage visitors to visit Nottinghamshire by showcasing the best of what we have to offer. It was brilliant to see so many positive hashtags online and lots of sharing photographs and experiences of the day. Then we move on to the flag raising, the Merchant Navy Day. Last week was Merchant Navy Day. Unfortunately, due to the bad weather, we were unable to raise the flag at the ceremony. Not to be deterred, we opted for plan B and we all went inside. And then the sun came out anyway. What an honour it was for me to join fellow readers on stage. The chairman, Jan Gould, delivered a welcome speech, followed by the Mayor of Rushcliffe, John Cotty. Judith Swan, DL, delivered words of experience at the Merchant Navy farers went under during the Second World War. I read a very moving poem about heroes, followed by a rousing speech from Chris Smith from the training ship Vindicatrix, who counted his years spent in the Navy, calling on his memories and good times as a sailor. It was a very humbling experience to meet up with veterans in the room, it always is, recounting their brave stories and sacrifice, detailing stories of their young years at sea from the age of 16. It was apparent from how those were and how those memories are precious to them. It is important on that day especially to remember the sacrifices made by raising the red ensign flag in their honour. Then I had the pleasure of visiting Nottinghamshire University Hospital. It was lovely to meet Anthony May, OBEDL, and the Trust Board Chairman Nick Carver. Adrian Smith and I visited Queen's Medical Centre and spent a full morning looking around the hospital and meeting staff. We heard about the day-to-day operations of the NUH and the Trust plans for the future. This includes their ambition to improve performance across urgent plan care and maternity, all the maternity service moving forward. We also learned about the Trust intentions to refresh the strategic plan, putting people first, to incorporate the government's 10-year strategy for the NHS. We committed to deepening our partnership, especially in respect of health and social care services. I look forward to my next visit, and I'll be taking along my deputy leader, Councillor John Doddy, who was upset I didn't take him in the first time.
Yeah, it nearly made me ill.
Then I had the pleasure of the Nottinghamshire School Places programme, Shooter Eade School, Fernwood Primary School expansion. Phase 3 of the Shooter Eade School expansion is underway in Newark. The 8 classrooms, library, music room and football pitch and outdoor equipment at the Fernwood site will bring in much needed extra space and further activity around the school. The council's £7 million investment will increase the public capacity, which is really required in that area. Work has commenced on the site. This is a 50-week build programme due to be complete by September 2026. I'm looking forward to visiting the site when the work is complete and see how this investment has benefited the school and the staff and the pupils. I did have a visit to Nottinghamshire Archives. Members of the Cabinet have also visited it. We were given a tour of the premises by Ruth, the Hermitage Services Manager. The magnitude of the information stored both physically and electronically is unbelievable. The whole process of the item arriving, how it is stored and how it is brought back to life is also very interesting. The obvious archive stored there of families, births, deaths and marriages, but also historic items were a real treat to see and how they stored for the future generations to view and enjoy. The building is a real gem for Nottinghamshire and a crucial part of our history and legacy within our communities. Visit to Inspire, Mansfield Central Library. Councillors Dawn Justice, Richard Darrington accompanied me to visit Mansfield Library to learn how Inspire run and operate in Nottinghamshire libraries. Our libraries have been managed by Inspire since 2016 with a total of 60 across the county. Running community-based activities for residents across the communities, it is a real eye-opening experience for us all. One I won't forget in a hurry. Libraries are no longer a place to select a book, they are now family and community hubs. A facility for all ages to visit and enjoy. Our main memory of the visit was to attend a session of the Youth Arts, which is a state-of-the-art recording studio, a 100-seater studio there, exhibition area, cafe, bar, along with a number of teaching workshops, a meeting and other rehearsal spaces. Excuse me. The time spent in there was nothing short of inspirational. The people we met who faced challenges in life were enjoying playing in a band, and I have to say it was one of the most joyful sights I can recall, and it was very, very moving. The Boots and Berries Award 2025. I did see you there. Well done. Last week, and I know you were one of the original organisers, last week I had the pleasure of attending the Boots and Berries Award along with the chairman, Jan Gould. This was held at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Nottingham. 268 guests were in attendance. We enjoyed a fantastic evening of entertainment from Nottinghamshire's Military Wives Choir. They were excellent. The guest of honour was Brigadier Adam Fraser Itchin, Deputy Commander.
30 seconds, Councillor.
No. Well, with that, Deputy Commander, I just want to make an announcement. I've got an MCA bit in a minute, but I just want to announce that the funding has been put forward this afternoon from the government for the 614. I'm going to do this under the MCA, but it's been announced in the last hour, as most of you will know. Thanks to Notts County Council officers involved in preparation for the business case of this project. I know under the previous administration it's been one of your top priorities, but we look forward now to making sure it happens and seeing it happen. So well done to everybody involved, and well done to the government for seeing a bit of common sense finally. Thank you.
I now call Councillor Doddy to second the motion, please.
I second the motion and will not be speaking.
Thank you. This to-note report has been received by the Chamber. Eleven A. Questions to the Leader of the Council on the Executive Report. As set out in the Constitution, a maximum of 15 minutes is allowed for questions to the Leader of the Council on the Executive Report, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. There will be a maximum of one supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original question. The supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement. I have received notification of 2 questions. I call on Councillor Introna to ask your question regarding MCA.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Leader Barton, for your comprehensive report. In your executive report, paragraphs 27 to 32, you refer to the various meetings you've had with the East Midlands Combined County Authority, or MCA, as we like to call it, and your role as Chair of the Transport and Digital Connectivity Committee. Under the previous Conservative administration, £1 million of funding was secured from MCA to carry out feasibility studies into major transport improvements across the county, including a 4th Trent crossing, unfortunately not at Gainsborough, this one was at Colwick, to reduce congestion. Colwick, you tell I'm from up north, in the outer reaches, to reduce congestion on the A612 and relieve pressure on Gunthorpe Bridge. Secondly, improvements to the main entrance into Gunthorpe Village, which currently has no traffic controls despite the heavy use of the A6097, making it increasingly difficult for residents to access safely. And thirdly, a potential bypass at Kelham to ease traffic and address long-standing concerns, and many of those that Councillor Saddington has raised regularly in this chamber about the Victorian Kelham Bridge on the A617. Could the Leader please update the Council on how far this feasibility work has progressed across these projects, what solutions are currently being explored, and when residents can expect to see the outcomes published? Thank you very much.
I call on Councillor Barton to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Trona. I'll just apologise, I only got through reading half of my report, but anyway, it is what it is, I only get 10 minutes, so. Since being in post, I have met with officers to receive updates on the priority projects that are currently underway and those that require further feasibility work, including the ones that you've just mentioned. It has become apparent that there are a wide range of projects that are being considered, from rail extensions to new bridges to improvements to the main roads and junctions. In order to prioritise these projects we'll be taking forward, we are seeking confirmation from EMCA on their priorities for the future funding rounds. Currently, our officers are working with our colleagues at EMCA to establish these priorities and what criteria and any further funding bids we are judged against. This work is underway, and then we will be able to allocate resources, of which some of these long list of projects will take forward. I plan to receive an update from officers shortly on this work, and I will update you all.
Councillor Trona, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the response, Councillor Barton. That must be a donation to the Chairman's charity. Thank you for your response, but can I just request, so it is a question, just request that I do accept your explanation. I accept that there are many projects ongoing and feasibility studies are taking place, but can I please ask that these 3 items are for Trent Crossing at Colwick, improvements to the main entrance at Gunthorpe Village and the bypass at Kelham, are, and that you ensure that these are part of the feasibility studies that take place? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Barton to reply.
Councillor Trona, yes, I certainly will. I chaired my first Transport Committee last week. I also set up a subgroup of fellow councillors across the county, which wasn't in the script. I just did it off my own back because I felt it was right to do at the time. And that's what we need to do. We want to fight for everything we can for the county through EMCA. So if you want to see me outside this meeting, but I'll certainly make sure that those go forward. But don't forget, my door's always open. If you ever want to put anything on the table with EMCA, don't wait for full council is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Leader, and thanks for being a leader of a group that's offered to talk to me outside for constructive reasons.
Question 2. I call on Councillor Neil Clark to ask your question regarding waste strategy.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. In your executive reports, paragraph 26, you refer to the waste strategy. Could the leader confirm that all existing household waste and recycling centres will be protected from closure and provide an update on progress with the new site planned for Rushcliffe in Gamston? And will the leader also commit to improving and maintaining the service to meet future demand? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Mick Barton to reply.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for your question. A strategic review of household waste and recycling centres was completed under previous administration on 25th of July 2024. Then the Cabinet accepted the recommendations for the Place Select Committee analysis and review that included that a reconfiguration of the household waste recycling centre network should be carried out as the HWRC network is current form does not provide the required level of customer service. I think we all agree with that, to residents. The flexibility for adequately adapt to the changes being introduced through the Environment Act 2021 and other government guidance on recycling. That any future network configuration, household waste recycling centre sites, should be located where A, there is an adequate space for disposal of containers to be serviced without sites needing to be closed, and that also enables residents for their vehicles to access more easily in and out of the sites. B, vehicles accessing the sites to deposit waste do not create traffic flow problems on approach and surrounding roads. C, that there is a potential for them to expand and adapt to legislative changes in the type of waste that HWRCs are required to receive. And also that a reconfiguration of ISO waste recycling centre network should be investigated further to gain a detailed understanding of potential benefits and limitations. To that end, site reaches and pre-planning advice has been obtained from the potential locations that can improve the existing network of sites, including potential for a new site in Gamston. The investigation is ongoing and a view to ensuring that any changes are proposed for the formal consideration will deliver an improvement to the existing service provision in line with the previous Cabinet decision. In the meantime, an operation moratorium has been placed on making one-off changes to sites other than required to comply with any legal, environmental and safety concerns. Until that such time outcome has been reconfigured, the wider network provision is complete, which is in accordance with the previous Cabinet decision that was made, as I mentioned at the beginning of this report. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do indeed. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you for those answers, and I welcome the factors that he has mentioned in terms of assessing the review of the recycling centres. But will the leader expedite the conclusion and reconfiguration of the HWRC review, given the constraints that have been mentioned earlier on today, and it's a bit of a theme developing here, isn't there, on a new site in Rushcliffe? Will he recognise the urgent need for that new site in Rushcliffe and therefore ensure that the draft proposals for the new site in Gamston are pushed forward urgently? And in the near future, let me know when this will actually be happening. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I call on Councillor Barton to reply.
I can't give any guarantees in this meeting, but like I said to Councillor Introna, if you want to come and see outside this meeting, I'll go through this with you in more detail, but I can't give any promises at this time. Thank you.
Item 11B, questions to the leader, cabinet members and committee chairman. As set out in the Constitution, we have 46 minutes remaining for questions to the leader, cabinet members and committee chairman, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. There will be a maximum of one supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original question. The supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question and not a statement. I have received notification of 10 questions. Question 1. I call on Councillor Suddington to ask your question regarding the SEND services.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The recent SEND monitoring inspection by Ofsted and the CQC, carried out between the 14th and the 16th of July 2025, confirmed that Nottinghamshire has taken effective action to address all of the areas of priority improvement identified in May 2023. This is a significant achievement, and it shows that the improvements and oversight put in place under the previous Conservative administration have led to real progress for children and family. Will the Cabinet member join me in recognising these improvements and outline how the Reform administration will ensure the progress achieved under the Conservatives is not only maintained but built upon, so that families continue to see improvements in the SEND provision across Nottinghamshire? Thank you.
I call on Councillor John to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Councillor, the Councillor from Farden and Trent Division for her question, and join as Cabinet Member for Education and SEND in acknowledging the recent outcome of the local area partnerships Ofsted and CQC monitoring inspection. The report indicates that the partnership is taking effective action, making progress that is, to address the areas identified during our previous inspection in January 2023. I extend my gratitude to all staff members involved in our improvement journey thus far. Their dedication and their positive changes they have implemented are greatly appreciated as they continue to support our children and families in Nottinghamshire. Madam Chair, our shared goal is to achieve the best possible outcomes for children and young people with SEND. Across the partnership, SEND remains our administration's highest priority within this department. We certainly are committed to ensuring that more children receive the right support at the right time. As the Cabinet lead, I ensure the Council's continued collaboration with SEND Improvement Board to closely monitor and support ongoing progress across the partnership. The importance of sustaining this momentum to enhance experiences and outcomes cannot be overstated. Any achievements in this department will always transcend any individual or administration, reflecting a broader commitment to improvement across our local partnership and SEND system. This journey has required tremendous effort from hundreds of unseen faces, collaboration and dedication from all stakeholders, including parents, carers, children and young people, as well as health leaders, social care workers, education services and providers. Now, I hope you will join me, Madam Chair, in a moment of cheer, as I am also pleased to announce that just this week, the partnership between the ICB, the Integrated Care Board, and Nottinghamshire County Council, which has produced the SEND data dashboard, has recently been recognised nationally as an award-winning initiative in the category of Improving Care for Children and Young People Initiative of the Year by the National HSG Patient Safety Award. This acknowledgement is an inspiring testament to our collective efforts and something we can all in this chamber take pride in, emphasising our commitment to focusing on the welfare of the younger generations. We understand that the recent monitoring inspection captures a specific moment in time. Therefore, we are committed to continuous improvement. Through our ongoing SEND transformation programme, we aim to enhance outcomes for our children and improve services. We especially want to ensure that the voices of children, young people and their families are included in these improvements. Our commitment to advancing SEND provision and education in Nottinghamshire will continue to strengthen and support our families and communities as we move forward.
Councillor Saddington, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please, thank you. Clearly, thank you for that. You have referred to supporting SEND, but I would just like to know, you're going to need more funding. So may I assume that you're going to lobby the funding from the government, lobby the government for more funding in order that you can provide more places, as we are doing at the school, which is opening in 2026, which the leader has just alluded to, at Ravensdale. So can I assume those places, from what I understand, we're using more and more places for the SEND children. So can I ask you to commit to requesting more funding so that you can provide more places as we require them, please? Thank you.
I call on Councillor John to reply.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Saddington. As outlined in my statement, we are remaining committed to the progress of SEND provision throughout the county, and that means also lobbying for more funding. So thank you very much for raising that.
Question 2. I call on Councillor Kelvin Wright to ask your question regarding childhood vaccinations.
Madam Chair, thank you. Since the 18th century, the public have had access to one of the greatest wonders of preventive medicine, vaccination. Even in the 18th century, Jenner had to face down the skeptics. Anyone with a mild interest in history would have seen the cartoons of the time mocking cows growing out of the arms of the vaccinated. If we move forward 200 years, we see the same issues. The fake science propagated by Andrew Wakefield did enormous damage to childhood vaccination schemes. We now know him to be discredited and since been struck off. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a public health crisis in our paediatric population. Vaccine uptake for common childhood diseases is now at a level which threatens herd immunity. We are seeing deaths in the paediatric population from diseases against which there is an effective and safe vaccination programme. Nottinghamshire, while slightly above the national average, is well below the levels needed for herd immunity. What is the approach and strategy of public health in Nottinghamshire to strengthen and increase vaccine uptake for children in our county?
I call on Councillor Doddy to reply.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. That's a hell of a question, Kelvin. Thank you very much indeed. It's not very often I start off with the challenge of a public health emergency, but it is a big question, and he points out quite rightly that vaccination levels have decreased, and that probably exists since about 2017, and throughout COVID and then thereafter we've dropped off from the levels required for herd immunity, just trickling down, such that now, although Nottinghamshire is a good player and we're better than most, we still don't reach the threshold of vaccination of the population to keep everybody else safe. I suppose MMR is around 93% and needs to be 95%. And that's just for the first one. The second vaccination is about 88%. So we're doing well, but we're not quite there. And what's the importance of the fact that it's trickling off? It still sounds quite good. The reality is that, as mentioned in the question, that we're looking for herd immunity. Herd immunity is that ability to give protection to people who haven't been vaccinated. And for certain diseases, it's higher than others. And the highest one of all is measles, that the infectiousness of measles decides that we need to have 95%, which is really high. And why is it important that we get that? Because some people can't have a vaccination. People who are immunosuppressed, newborn children, people who've got cancer and undergoing treatment. There are a lot of people out there that can't actually vaccinate themselves. They can't be vaccinated for allergy purposes, etc. And it beholds the rest of us to keep those people safe. It beholds us to bring that up to the 95%. And if you take out those people, that 95% is actually an even higher threshold. So it really is a challenge to actually achieve that. Measles, one of the most infectious diseases known to man, has a reproductive rate of 1 in 15. So if you put a person with measles in a room and under laboratory circumstances, they'll infect 15 other people. You remember in COVID times, we were talking about reproduction rates of 1 and 2 and 3. That gives you an idea how hugely infectious it is. So the fact is that, number one, vaccinations are falling off. Number two, we're losing the herd immunity. And herd does refer to cows, as was pointed out, because that's where it was first noted, before Edward Jenner noted the milkmaids who had less smallpox, and then developed his vaccine. So what does that mean, that the fact that we've got less herd immunity? It means more disease. And what are those diseases? Well, we've had outbreaks in the last year or so of measles in the Midlands. We've had deaths from measles. We've had a death of a baby from whooping cough because the mother wasn't vaccinated by it. We've had outbreaks of whooping cough I myself have in my career seen a young person die from chicken pox, which is a horrible, horrible way to die. And therefore these diseases are re-emerging, and as was asked in the question, these are preventable diseases, therefore they are preventable deaths, and therefore as they emerge they do become mandatory for us to intervene on a public health level, on a public health crisis level, to actually reduce those deaths. It's a strange indictment of society that the last disease that we actually eradicated from the planet was smallpox some 45 years ago. The last case was somewhere in Somalia. And since then, we've had the opportunity to eradicate disease. Indeed, in 2016, the UK was a measles-free society. We hadn't had a case for a year. And therefore, we had in our grasp the fact that we had no measles. And then since 2016, we've allowed that to more disease. So if we look at that and we say to ourselves, what is the origin of that? Where's it coming from? Because in order to answer the question of how you address a public health emergency, you have to understand where it's coming from. And there's a number of areas in which we've been working with public health to do that. We've had such things as outreach clinics where we've gone with MMR vaccines and done catch-up programs. We've gone around communities, we've done programmes of education, we've educated frontline staff to make them confident in advocating vaccines for people, and we have trained up practice nurses, etc., in vaccination, as well as doing a campaign on pregnant women to get them vaccinated against whooping cough. We put a lot of effort in on the front line. One must remember that although we have a public health protection team at County Hall, we do not administer a single vaccine. Would I like that to change? Would I like us to bring those services back in-house and start to become a clinical provider of vaccinations? Absolutely I would, but that won't be today. So if we look at it, we look at complacency. People have become complacent. They think if somebody else gets vaccinated, I don't have to get vaccinated. Convenience, that's the biggie. That's how in the modern world in which we live can people access things better and better. And the answer to that could have come down in the 10-year plan, where neighbourhoods are going to have centres which will be open 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, so people will be able to access the opportunity for vaccination, particularly those in the most deprived areas which have got the greatest health inequalities. Conspiracy. We have heard it mentioned that there was talk about COVID vaccine being responsible for certain royals, prostate cancers, etc. And wherever we see conspiracy theory, we must sort of call it out, challenge it, and put out proper information for the public, etc. We do lots of campaigns, we put out lots of information, etc. And we work to inform the public, to give them confidence. The public must be confident, they must understand that what they're doing for their children is the right thing to do. Put that on top of the fact that next January we bring out a new vaccine called varicella, which is chickenpox. So you'll have measles, mumps, rubella and varicella all in one jab, and we'll be trying to convince people to have that jab for their children going forward. So yes, we recognise a fall off in vaccinations. Yes, we recognise a fall in herd immunity. Yes, we recognise the emergence of significant disease that's killing our population in an unnecessary manner. And yes, Nottinghamshire County Council, through its Public Health Protection Department, recognises that as a challenge, and we are doing our best to meet that challenge, but an awful lot more needs to be done. Thank you.
Right. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Chair, a brief one, if I may. Thank you, Dr. D. That was a very comprehensive answer and very reassuring in all its detail. I'd like to turn briefly then to influenza. Influenza with concomitant pneumonia makes up a significant proportion of the critically ill patients within hospital. As we go into winter and we face the winter bed criticality as usual, I would ask, do we have a similar strategy around flu vaccination?
I call on Dr. Doddy to reply.
Thank you very much indeed. A shift from one public health crisis to perhaps a second public health crisis, Councillor Wright. It is quite some time ago, but in the early 1900s, over 200 million people died of Spanish flu. That's the type of figures that could emerge should we or had we not developed a vaccine to COVID. And it's very important to remember that in 9 months from the emergence of COVID to us getting a vaccine, that's the fastest technology that's ever been achieved in vaccine production in the history of mankind. Quite amazing here in this country itself. So we've had COVID, and without the vaccine, multi-millions more would have died. In terms of this winter coming forward, the Health Scrutiny Committee will, as normal, bring in NUH, will bring in the Nottingham Healthcare Trust, will bring in Sherwood Forest Hospital Trust. We will ask them how many of your staff have been immunised against COVID and against flu. Frontline staff, yes, we want those figures to be up 70, 80, 90%, but not only frontline staff, but backroom staff, the backroom people who keep these machines going and going and going. And once again, there are two factors that we're dealing with here. One is complacency. People think, I've had enough COVID jabs, I've had enough flu jabs, I don't need any more. And we must deal with that through public health and actually reassure them that they do need to have that jab again. And the second is convenience. There's absolutely no escaping the fact that the more convenient and the more accessible that we make things to people, the more likely they are to take it up. We need vaccines available in people's workplaces. We need the chemists and the pharmacies to be developing it more. We need to be developed 7 days a week. We need it accessible morning till evening. And our big challenge is really overcoming those two main factors, which children have to be brought by their parents, but adults can normally bring themselves. So complacency and convenience are the two big factors that will drive, as it does every winter, to stop us being overwhelmed. And in a bad winter, you can lose 30 to 40,000 people from influenza and flu and respiratory illness. In a good winter, that could be 7 or 8,000. That's the type of figures that we're talking about. And that is a public health emergency if we don't get people vaccinated. And it will overwhelm the hospitals. So, yes, Chair, we're tackling complacency and convenience with vigour and enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. Question 3. I call on Councillor Matthews to ask your question regarding Kirkhill Road closures.
Oh, sorry. Question for Councillor Birkbingham. Just an update on the Kirkhill Road closure. Can you update me on diversions, road closures, weight restrictions, speed limits, and whether the actual bridge will be going ahead? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Matthews. As you know, that was those works were long planned by Network Rail, originally linked to the electrification of East Midlands railways, which are now not going ahead. And without any warning to anybody, they brought those works forward. So that's simply what's happened. That's not in the control of the County Council. Although officers and VIA have worked with and consulted with Network Rail to work out diversion, signage and all of that. And I do happen to know, obviously, that you managed to get to a Network Rail drop-in centre last evening when I couldn't get there at Parish Council. And you might be able to update us on what they've said there. But we certainly will be following through with officers and VIA to make sure that the public is informed of where diversions are, because this is going to be a major disruption in the area. I think we all appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews, do you have a supplementary question?
I've just got an answer to the question. Can I do that?
If you'd like to speak.
You can't make a statement.
Okay. No.
You can ask a question.
Sorry, it has to be a question. Right. So, question 4. Right, we're moving on to question 4 now. I call on Councillor Barlow to ask your question regarding Local Communities Fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Communities and Public Health. On the 6th of June, it was announced by the Reform Administration that the Local Communities Fund had been postponed, with no official date for the scheme listed. As we enter September with by-elections months in the past, we are still awaiting news that the scheme is going to run for the 25-26 year. The Local Communities Fund is one of the few ways Nottinghamshire County Council directly supports our villages, our schools and our community groups. It helps parish halls stay open, sports clubs stay affordable and volunteers keep doing the vital work that government can't do alone. There is uncertainty that the fund may get swept up in the Doge-like schemes that seek to save money, despite the long-term impact it could have on our most vulnerable and desperate residents. Will you confirm here and now that the Local Communities Fund will be reinstated this year, with reassurances that it will continue at its present scale for years to come? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Justice to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Barlow, for your question. The Local Communities Fund, known as the LCF, is an important way to recognise the huge contribution that the voluntary and community sector has made and will continue to make to the lives of our residents. The importance of the voluntary and community sector relates back to some of the comments made in the debate this morning regarding the Youth Justice Strategy Plan delivered by Councillor Green. The LCF is a very important discretionary financial contribution to support the delivery of projects that help to deliver the strategic aims of the County Council, investing in our communities to help Nottinghamshire thrive. There have been some delays in opening the fund this year, as you allude to in the question, which were partially due to PERDA. Now this time is over and preparations are taking place to open the 2025-2026 LCF in mid-October 2025. The fund does not need to be reinstated, it is merely that its opening has been postponed. If anyone would like to be notified when the LCF launches, then please email lcf@notcc.gov.uk and request to be added to the waiting list. We are currently evaluating the impact of the current LCF and will define what the longer-term approach to the LCF will be to support the delivery of the ambitions of the new strategic plan by April 2026. Thank you.
Councillor Barlow, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could I just ask, thank you for that comprehensive reply, and it's good news to hear that it is going to carry on. Could we possibly ask that we are all added to the list, please?
Yes, that's not a problem. It would be helpful to email in, and then everybody's automatically going to be on the list, but thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Justice. Question 5. I call on Councillor Beswick to ask you a question regarding council borrowing. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reform has made some bold and sweeping claims about delivering significant savings and transforming the council's budget. However, residents across Nottinghamshire are still waiting to see any benefit from these promises. With this in mind, could the Cabinet Member please explain why the Reform Administration chose to borrow £9 million during period 3? And just for the avoidance of doubt, Madam Chair, I'm quoting from the Financial Monitoring Report of period 3. Thank you.
I call on Councillor Matthews to reply.
Yeah, thank you for your questions, Councillor Beswick. The first bit about claiming significant savings and transforming the council's budget. I think you perhaps saw in the national press yesterday that Reform Council has saved £100 million in the period, but we all believe what we read in the newspaper, don't we? And I would think that your first question, that what are we saving? I would think after the 8 years of your administration, it would be very difficult for me to find a lot more, bottom line, more money. But I work on logic in my life. And I was told by an officer a couple of months ago, and I won't mention it as a lady or a man, but they told me, Stuart, never make promises until you can deliver them, then you can say the promises you're making. And that's what we'll do. Now, on to the second question. I can assume Councillor Bestwick is referring to the Period 3 monitoring report that I presented to Overview Committee earlier this month. And ample time for his group colleague to ask the same question at the committee. Nowhere in Period 3 monitoring report does it state that Reform UK, or should have said, the council has chosen to borrow £9 million more during that period. I think he has mistakenly taken the wording at paragraph 35 of the report that states, it is anticipated that borrowing in 2025-26 will increase by 9 million from the forecast in the budget report 25-26 from the previous administration. Council 27/2/25. This increase is as a consequence of 16.8 million of net slippage and capital allocations from 2024-25 to 25-26, and financing adjustments funded by capital allocation. Net slippage in 2025-26 of 9.6 million of capital expenditure funded by capital allocations, identified as part of the departmental capital monitoring exercise. For those doing the maths, that is 18.6 million, less 9.6 million, which is 9 million. That's the 9 million. This means that as part of last year's management accounts, I hasten to add, some of the capital spend that slipped into this year alongside the identified borrowing relates to that spend. It would be wrong to state that the council has taken an extra 9 million of borrowing in period 3. A bit of an error, I think, on your part. I will also remind colleagues that what this really means is the council requirements to borrow in this year is greater than that when the council approved the budget last February, not now. I will also remind colleagues that just because the need to borrow to finance the capital programme has increased does not necessarily mean we have to borrow more. Stay with me on this. Using reserves and grants enables the council to avoid the need to borrow. This is referred to as under borrowing. Effectively using internal resources to avoid external borrowing. If Councillor Bestwick was to turn to Appendix F of the management accounts, specifically Table 1 and paragraph 3.6, he would see the level of internal borrowing stood at 251 million at the end of March 25. But we must remember the use of internal borrowing must eventually be borrowed from an external source, e.g. Public Works Loan Board. As required by the capital programme, the timing will depend on many factors, including interest rates, future capital spend and the spending of reserves, plus of course additional savings. The Section 151 officer and his finance team set out the expected need to borrow and the timing of such in the budget report approved at full council last February. Maybe one of Councillor Bestwick's colleagues could show him this, especially when you consider that this was the last budget before they lost the elections in May. So for the record, Councillor Bestwick, we did not take any additional borrowings in period 3. We will not be increasing the council's external borrowing this year, and we are still planning to reduce our debt by 10 million in 25-26. Councillor Bestwick, I'll again state that my door is always open to you. I've offered you the opportunity 4 or 5 times to come and sit with me and talk things so we can do this properly, rather than trying to score points with these sorts of questions Why don't we talk together and how we can improve the finance of the council? This is my genuine offer to talk to you. Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. I'm sure your door is always open. I'm happy to come and talk to you, but this is the democratic process and residents expect us to ask questions of cabinet members in public and hear their answers. You said earlier we can't believe everything we read in the press. I'm not sure we can always believe your figures from what we've seen earlier in the minutes. The debt actually reduced by 46 million under the last Conservative administration. I'm glad to say that you propose to keep that momentum going. However, it does say very clearly that there's an extra 9 million required. You correctly reference the point. So what I would like to know from the Cabinet member...
Can you just get to the point of the question?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm actually just starting the question now.
Thank you.
So can the Cabinet member inform members why the shortfall has taken place, what is being done to rectify it, and how much this decision to borrow an extra £9 million is likely to cost the taxpayer? And I appreciate this might not be all in your sphere, Councillor Matthews, so if the member for Economic Development would like to answer instead, then that's acceptable to me. Thank you.
I call on Councillor Matthews to reply.
I think I've explained everything fully, Councillor Bestwick. We didn't take on any more debt and we were reducing the overall debt for the council this year. Simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor. Question 6. I call on Councillor Lawton to ask your question regarding the A614 improvements.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This question is obviously bang up to date. In 2003, with the late Stella Smedley, we started this campaign and worked with numerous councillors and MPs, including Mark Spencer. You cannot believe how delighted I am this Labour government have eventually decided to fund the A614, but it will have a massive impact to the northern mining areas in Nottinghamshire, which is a passion of mine. I used to be on the Coalfield Communities campaign with Ed Miliband. There you go. That's going back. And the beast, Skinner. He was an amazing guy. So my question is timely. Okay, and I'm going to ask it anyway because it's slightly worded incorrectly now that the announcement has been made. But I'm still going to ask it nonetheless because it then gives me the opportunity of asking a supplementary. The Labour Mayor recently posted a video on social media with the Labour leader of Newark and Sherwood District Council in relation to the long delayed improvements to the Ollerton roundabout and A614. And I repeat, the long delayed improvements. It has cost millions. That delay has cost us millions. To Ollerton roundabout and the A614. They appear to be taking credit for lobbying the government to get the project over the line. Given, this is the bit that's been out of date, but I'm going to read it nonetheless, given that the scheme has already faced more than a year of delays after being paused by the Labour government, can the Cabinet member confirm whether we can now assume the scheme will finally go ahead after 22 years of lobbying? Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I call on Councillor Bingham to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Yes, we've actually received the news while we were in session this morning that MCA have announced that the DFT, Department for Transport, has released a further 24 million towards the project. Due to the inflation really that you referred to, there is still a gap there to be filled, and we will be lobbying MCA hard to fill that gap. I don't know the exact amount, but it's going to be in the single millions, we hope, at the moment. And it's the start of a long journey to sign up all the agreements, legal, contractual, financial, and to actually start, you know, before we can put a spade in the ground, even though it is known as a spade ready project. So that's we'll fill in the details in the next couple of days, hopefully, and no more, well, maybe a few weeks, but keep in touch and visit me as required. Keep the discussion going. Thank you.
Councillor Lawton, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Madam Chair. As I pointed out at the beginning of my question. You know, this is going to have a massive impact into the mining areas of North Nottinghamshire, and I really do welcome it, having lived there most of my life. And this is a question really to the Cabinet member, but also picks the leader up as well, if I may. And does he agree with me that in a number of the press releases that have gone out quite recently from the leader, they failed to mention Bilsthorpe and Mickledale Lane, and Bilsthorpe and Mickledale Lane is an integral part of the scheme. And does he agree with me that it is an integral part of the scheme and will be delivered as the other junctions will be delivered in the area? The Loudon roundabout scheme, take for example, is long overdue and will have a massive impact on my friend Roger's patch in Loudon, and I look forward to that being delivered. This is, as I say, is a major scheme for everybody in North Nottinghamshire, and I look forward to its delivery. Thank you.
There's a question in there, please.
I did ask the question on.
As a former coal miner, I'm grateful that you constantly refer to the communities in the north of the county. I've got a lot of friends in that area. Yeah, regarding the Mickledale Road junction, my understanding is it's not an integral part of the scheme. It's not been included and costed as part of that scheme, but that it will be following on from the scheme. We can discuss that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You don't get through.
I call on Councillor Sam Smith to ask your question regarding discussions between the Reform Party leader and Council leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon. It's been widely reported in the press that the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage, would be speaking to the leader of the County Council at the Reform Party conference regarding recent decisions made by him and the group. Can the leader please update Council on the outcome of that discussion and describe what policy changes will be happening as a result, if any?
I call on Councillor Barton to reply.
Yes, I did meet our leader at the conference. We had a lovely conversation. And at the end of that conversation, we says we're long overdue to have a pint. The last one we had was in May. And regarding policy changes, no, there won't be.
Councillor Smith, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe this is going to come up in the pint discussion, so forgive me if he hasn't outlined it yet to you, Mick. But I wondered which of your recent actions Nigel Farage was most disappointed in. Was it the fact that you've restricted the local media and ignoring the local issues they report on, or is it the fact that you've broken the election promise to the residents of Boxtow and Gedling?
I call on Councillor Barton to reply.
I can assure you that Nigel and the leadership team are very favourable of what we're doing here in Nottinghamshire. They've got no problems at all with my leadership or my fellow councillors, and I think we're doing a fantastic job. But thank you for highlighting it again. Thank you for highlighting it again, and obviously bringing up one of our leadership. You seem to be all obsessed with our leadership team, and obviously he will be the next Prime Minister, of course, so I can understand your obsession, but thank you.
Question 8. I call on Councillor Gamble to ask your question regarding Clipston Headstocks Museum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a fantastic venue to talk about this afternoon. It's only going to take a minute or so. So Clipston Headstocks Mining Museum, there's a chap called Stuart bought the site a few years ago. He's done a remarkable job. Not only has he preserved this structure, he's also opened it up to the general public. We've got school groups. There's groups on a Friday. I've been there on a Friday, and other groups. And this weekend, in fact, I was looking at YouTube last night, and they're hoisting up a grand piano and we're going to have piano by candlelight. So if anybody fancies piano by candlelight, go there this weekend. But so recently, Clipston Mining Museum has been hosting school groups. They've had 3 separate visits in the last few weeks, and these are educational programs for children aged 5 years and upwards. They give a hands-on, memorable experience. It's experiential learning. It's learning at its best because pupils just aren't reading books. They're standing under headstocks. They're seeing machinery working, and they're connecting abstract lessons to real-world history and technology.
Can you please get to asking the question for us?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Giving you
for
some
everything.
background. Okay, right. Okay. Okay, right. Okay. So, to make the most of this resource, schools need encouragement to help to access Clipston Miners Heritage Museum. So, it's got rich history. It's fantastic for school children. I therefore ask the portfolio holder of communities and public health. There you go, here's a question. Well done for waiting. I gave you the background. I was going to tell you about the tanks, the anti-missile munitions. Anyway, we've lost all that. Okay, right. How can the County Council assist Clipston Headstocks Mining Museum in promoting and facilitating school visits, and what support can be offered to make sure that every Nottinghamshire pupil has a chance to stand under those headstocks and connect with our shared heritage? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Justice, please, to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Gamble. I'm afraid the answer won't be quite as long as the question. But thank you for your question. Clipston Headstocks Museum is a hugely important part of our county's heritage, and I share the view that it should be accessible to schools and local groups so that young people and communities can connect with that history. As part of our wider support for schools, our outdoor education and environmental service will offer support to the museum, helping them explore opportunities to promote and facilitate school visits. This includes looking at how they can make use of existing networks and programmes to help the museum extend its reach and ensure that local people, particularly our young people, can benefit from what the site has to offer. We are keen to see the Headstocks Museum thrive and will continue to work with them to ensure this important part of Nottinghamshire's story is celebrated and shared.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gamble, do you have a supplementary question?
Councillor Justice has answered it beautifully. No supplementary question. Thank you.
Right. So we'll go on to question 9. We have just 5 minutes left. So I call on Councillor Garland to ask your question regarding... Sorry? Oh. I call on Councillor Garland to ask your question regarding economic inequality across Nottinghamshire.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Terry Cox for asking a question in a committee that inspired me to ask this question. We are all aware of the shocking levels of economic inequality across our county, and we are acutely aware of the impact that this has on residents in terms of health and opportunities. We all know that Council considers variations in levels of need in planning its services. However, can you please explain what the Council is doing to help reduce this level of economic inequality, directly or indirectly? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Walker-Gurley to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland, for your question, and thank you for highlighting the scale of economic inequality in our county and the fact that where someone is born, the school they attend, or their family background can limit their life chances. Greatly improving this is central to the Council's work. We are focused, amongst others, on 3 key areas: education and skills, ensuring people can access high-quality education, gain the right qualifications, and have opportunities to train and progress throughout their careers. Employment, working directly with major employers and partners to create routes into good jobs. For example, on my visit recently, I think it was last week, we saw at Amazon how they employ over 2,000 local residents offering flexible working and progression opportunities. Targeted support, working with our district and borough partners who are delivering programmes through UK Shared Prosperity Funding, providing tailored support to communities most in need. Looking ahead, most future funding will be directed through EMCA, the East Midlands Combined County Authority, where Councillor Justice and I represent the county on the Skills and Employment Committee. We are committed to ensuring that this investment is focused on reducing inequality. Current funded programmes include Connect to Work, helping people back into sustainable employment, Youth Guarantee Trailblazer, supporting young people to re-engage with education, training or work, Youth Action Initiative, listening directly to young people and shaping provision around what they say they need. Through these partnerships, funded programmes and targeted interventions, this council is working hard to close the economic gap. Reducing inequality will remain a clear priority in the new council plan. Thank you.
Councillor Garland, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you very much for that answer. It's very useful. And I totally agree with the ideas about education. I just wondered if you've got any ideas about supporting localism and reinvesting locally in terms of economic activity.
I call on Councillor Walker-Gurley to reply.
I would say maybe a little bit more clarity for me would be good. Thank you for the question. It's an important point, and I don't have the full detail right now. I'd be happy to pick up with you outside, and we can go into it further.
Councillors, we've completed the 60 minutes allowed for questions. All remaining questions will receive a written answer. So shall we go on to 11?
Notice of motion.
Item 12. We have 3 motions on the agenda today. Please be aware that if we are to complete all business today, we will need to start motion 3 by 4:30 p.m. Motion 1. Motion 1, improving flood protection. Thank you. I call upon Councillor Introna to move the motion. Councillor Introna to speak.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman, and by introduction, may I just say, members, please take the motion on page 311 of the pack as read. And as by introduction, this is a genuine desire for this council to engage with all stakeholders, i.e. those in government, our MPs, local authorities, and also organisations that are involved in watercourse management, as well as flood management and response. This is to try and get a unified response to call on relevant authorities to financially support residents in Nottinghamshire and to do so in a fairer, more effective way in comparison to other parts of the UK. I think it's also important that residents see us taking action now and trying to take action now, not post a flood event. So if okay with you, Madam Chairman, I would like to speak to the motion now, please. Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I rise today to speak on an issue that affects thousands of people right across Nottinghamshire and which has hit my own area of Retford and Bassetlaw particularly hard, and that is flooding. Now, let's be absolutely clear. Flooding isn't just about water on the road or a few damp carpets. It's about people's lives being turned upside down. It's about families having to leave their homes for months on end, businesses shutting their doors, farmers losing crops, roads cut off, and whole communities being left feeling abandoned. Time and time again, we hear from residents who have been flooded, not once, but several times in a single year. For them, this isn't an act of God, it's a recurring nightmare from hell. We've had storms like Dennis, Christoph, and more recently, Babette and Storm Henk, which flooded over 200 homes in the Idle Valley in Retford, along with a wildlife rescue centre. We've had Gunthorpe, Loudham, Collingham, Fiskerton, Farndham, all communities that know the misery of repeat flooding. In Bassett Law, we've seen projects that could have offered some protection, like the Retford Beck Reservoir project. This was scrapped shortly after COVID because some formula said it wasn't value for money. And our residents weren't value for money because that's how they received that. Tell that to those families who've had to throw their belongings in a skip, not for the first time, but maybe for the third or fourth. And I think when I spoke at the last full council, I said to you, if you've not met residents and spoke to them about flooding, it's a very, very hard thing to do. And that's the art of the problem. The current government's current cost-benefit criteria for flood defence schemes focuses too much on the number of homes. The number of homes affected and not necessarily things like frequency of flooding. That might look fine on a spreadsheet in Whitehall, but on the ground in places like Retford or Hucknall or Southwell, it means communities are written off and residents feel despair, isolation and forgotten. The National Auditor Office has already pointed out that the East Midlands get some of the lowest funding per property at risk, just over £3,200, compared to more than £12,000, for example, in the North East. That imbalance leaves us at the back of the queue. And meanwhile, every time it rains heavily, we're the ones mopping up the mess. And it's our families, our residents, that have that fear when they go to bed at night. So, what are we asking for in this motion? Well, pretty much three simple things that are important. First, more resources for flood prevention schemes here in Nottinghamshire. We know that the number of properties at risk is set to rise as the climate changes. Let's get ahead of the problem rather than constantly paying the price afterwards. Second, a re-examination of the cost-benefit criteria used to decide where flood defences are built. We cannot carry on with a system that writes off whole communities just because they don't have enough houses. In one street in Retford, we have Darrell Road. It's the first place to flood every single time, and it floods almost every year. It's completely not acceptable, but because there's only 20 properties there, they're ignored. They're told we don't have the funding, we don't have the resources. Basically, they're told that other areas are more important. It's just not sustainable. And third, a more receptive approach from government and those authorities like the Environment Agency to listen to ideas from local people. Because let's face it, the people who live in Retford, who live in Southwell or Bleasby, know their area better than a consultant sitting behind a desk in an office. Farmers understand river dynamics better than cartographers. Sometimes the most cost-effective and imaginative solutions come from those who see the problems day in, day out, and see them every year. We should be encouraging that, not dismissing it, not ignoring it. Now, I also want to put on record my thanks to our flood risk management team here at Nottinghamshire County Council. They do an excellent job under difficult circumstances. They work God knows how many hours during the times when they're needed locally. Also, the flood wardens that we have in our community, the community groups and the many volunteers who step up every time we face another storm. We owe them a huge debt of gratitude, but we shouldn't be leaving them to fight this battle without the right tools and the right backing from government. Madam Chairman, flooding doesn't respect council boundaries, postcode or politics. Flood water doesn't care which way people vote. It causes misery wherever it strikes. What people want from us is not excuses, not more reports, not more analysis, not more surveys, not more of what they keep getting. And what they want from us is action. And action means that when the next storm comes, and it will come, the residents in Bassett Law, Newick, Gedling, Rushcliffe, and across all of Nottinghamshire can feel that they've been heard and that they've been valued and that they've been prioritised for protection schemes, not ignored. And not ignored because there's only 20 houses or 30 houses in the area that keeps getting flooded every single autumn or winter. This motion is about fairness. It's about saying every community in this county deserves the same chance to stay dry, to stay safe and secure. And it's about making sure we're not here in another year or another 2 years having the same debate while people in our towns and villages are once again clearing water out of their front rooms. So I ask colleagues across this chamber to please support this motion, to stand with our residents and send a clear message to the government. Nottinghamshire will not be forgotten and our people deserve better. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Adams to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, formally second and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Wilmot was first.
Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to speak on this very emotive subject. And I'd like to thank Councillor Mike Controller for mentioning Hucknall in his speech, because it was a traumatic event that took place, and very, very terrible. As I say, I fully support this motion before us today. The situation of some of our residents, that some of the residents had to endure, was demoralising. And it's during the flooding outbreak. Can I say, when I went out there on that morning when the situation arose, to see, I mean, moving home, just moving home is a debilitating time at times, but this is destroying houses, destroying people. And if that 9-foot wave that came down, and it was 9 foot, if that had been coming down at a certain time, we would have had numerous fatalities in that situation. Can I say that if in parts of Hucknall, which included Greenwood Vale, Greenwood Avenue and Redwood Court, we had to get refuse vehicles out there just to take the rubbish away, to allow people to find out where everything was. It was something that I hope I'll never, ever see again. Storm Babette made life a misery for all the residents, not only in Hucknall, but all over the area, which was terrible. And of course, they are still asking how this situation arose, this 9-foot wave. Although it rained, we know, and this, that, and the other. And I've been putting it to the members of the flooding committee, of the officers, and they promised me something last October, and I'm still waiting for a report on that. They did say it's a very difficult situation, but the residents want to know what happened and what caused it, which is most serious. And as I say, belongings were destroyed. Some people, it took over a year to get back to the premises. Can you imagine being out of your home for a year and not knowing what to do in lots of ways? It was absolutely incredible. And financial help, we need to make sure, the government need to make sure that some financial help is available, because even though you're insured, it never covers everything. It never covers everything. There's lots of things that are incidental parts of what you require, and it just doesn't get to that situation at all. As I say, it's essential that all flood defence schemes are high on our priority list. If you'd have seen some of the people, their faces, You know, it was surprising that there weren't so many people having heart attacks on situations like that. Can you imagine your home, all of you, your home being destroyed? You know, it was a terrible situation. As I say, we've got to make sure that it doesn't happen again, if it's possible. I know it will happen somewhere, but if we do our very, very best to put the best resources into it, to make sure that, you know, that there's some help there, and people out there see that there's a lot of help. Yeah, I know it'll be costly, bound to be costly. Those sort of issues are costly. But we can't have the same thing happen again. In my own time, as I've just announced, we're still waiting for answers to see how a ferocious 9-foot wave, if you'd have, some of the people saw it from the houses, it came down.
John, come on.
It was ridiculous.
You're repeating.
We are promised a report, and I'm hoping we will get that. It is essential that we get as much as we can prioritisation to the people in most need. Finally, thank you for all the people in the community who came out and helped. There was numerous people came out and helped, you know, even though they didn't have to. And I thank everybody for all the help that they did. And thank you for everybody who helped in any way. Our officers, I know they tried to help, but those sorts of situations arise, and it's very difficult. And as I say, thank you very much.
Councillor Garland, I think you wish to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, please.
There will be a pause now while the amendment is handed out to all of you. Thank you. Councillor Garland, I ask you to remove the amendment.
Move the amendment.
Sorry, I didn't know whether to remove it or move it. To move the amendment, please.
Yeah, thank you. We broadly support this motion. It's an extremely important motion, and it's obviously very important to the people of Nottinghamshire. We think it's important to recognise the reasons that are causing a lot of the flooding in the areas, particularly because house building is something that we have some, or the effects of house building is something we have some control over. We also want to change the last point to be more clear, probably, and actually maybe a bit more specific about providing mechanisms for the council to collect local intelligence that the original motion is talking about, but also recognise that ultimately we probably do want the engineers doing the design. Thank you. I would actually also add, I have to say the council has been very good, the flood risk management team have been very good at listening to local communities during flooding issues recently.
Councillor Thatcher to second.
Yeah, I second the amendment and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Ten past three.
10 past 3. Sorry, I don't know what. Mick.
And then I've Sam got to speak.
So I think, so
Recording's dropped off. Are we all back in?
Well, let's carry on forward.
Right. Councillor Introna, do you accept the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Looking at the amendment, my concern is that if we start talking about climate change, and I did mention that in my speech, if we start talking about house building, we're starting to introduce political elements to the discussion. The third point, you know, it's a more sophisticated way of perhaps saying what I raised as the third point, and I'm sorry for that. You know, I'm an ex-coal miner myself, so you know I use straightforward speak. But because of the house building climate change element, I think it adds politics into it. I don't want this motion to be politicised in any way. I want us to just work together as councillors, and hopefully, if we can do it now, we can do it over the next 3.5 years. And it's our residents that benefit, and that's what we're here for. So, unfortunately, no, I don't accept the amendment.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm now opening the debate on the amendment. So can you please put your hands up?
Never mind the pages.
Councillor Clooney, would you like to speak, please?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so obviously I want to talk about the amendment, even though Councillor Introna's, you know, said he doesn't accept it. And we agreed that much of the motion was not contentious. We just wanted to make these small changes. I sat on the Place Select Committee last week, where we had many reports about flooding events that had happened over the last year. And this was a real eye-opener for me. As I said in the Place Committee, we are very fortunate. My division is not one of these places that gets flooded a lot. So we've just added some extra context around the reasons behind the risks of flooding that we felt would give more weight to the motion, acknowledging while there might be new houses, there's also increased likelihood of flooding due to climate change. And whether you think it's political or not, I'm going to talk about climate change a little bit. It's causing more intense rainfall, which is causing more flooding. And the warmer air which the planet now has holds more water vapour, and increased atmospheric moisture causes heavier rainfall. The Met Office and NASA have acknowledged this link with warmer temperatures and increased atmospheric pressure causing this heavier rainfall. We've replaced, as you said, the third bullet point. This is about wording. The original wording, as you say, it wasn't political. It felt a little bit divisive, putting communities against the experts in this area. It was also quite derogatory towards people who have gained much knowledge in this area, the experts, I mean, you know, to enable them to help improve flood prevention facilities. We acknowledge the hard work that is put in by volunteers in flood communities. So the replacement wording aims to encourage the experts and local communities to work together to deal with and hopefully alleviate flooding incidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barton to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Councillor Introna, to be honest. I don't think this strengthens it in any way. We were looking at putting an amendment earlier on the week, but we're already doing a lot of work through Place anyway, which lots of members know in this room. So we agree with the original motion. We're going to let that go through and support it in the interest of fairness, but I don't think this strengthens it in any way. So I fully concur what Councillor Introna said, and we won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, this group will be supporting the amendment, and I don't care whether people think climate change is a political issue or not. Everything's a political issue, isn't it? But anyway, we can support the amendment. We can support the original motion. That's absolutely no problem whatsoever. What is also needed, Madam Chair, is for Section 19 notices, which us as a flood authority issue whenever a certain number of people's houses are flooded, have legal weight. At the moment, they haven't. You cannot force the people that are responsible for making sure that houses aren't flooded to carry out their actions, and that is a huge mistake. And before I sit down, I'd just like to say hello to Nottingham City Labour Party, who are watching my performance and your performance, Councillor Smith's performance and Councillor Clark's performance, but hello.
Councillor Fascio, you have reserved your right to speak. Can we hear from you now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to follow on from what Councillor Carr says, we wanted to put in a bit about the reasons behind the increase in flooding risk, and that was the reason for making the amendment, the first amendment. And also, secondly, like Councillor Clooney says, we just thought that we wanted to kind of put something in which made it more likely that local people and the experts were working together rather than kind of against each other. That was the reason for our amendment. And yeah, I'm sorry that no one else thinks that way.
Councillor Gowland, would you like to sum up now?
Yeah, thanks. Be really quick. I don't think actually the idea of climate change is that contentious, is it? Anybody the wrong side of 60 knows the climate's different. I think the thing that's contentious. Okay, fine. Well, I'm the wrong side of 60. So. Well, that doesn't mean to say I'm a 60. Well, okay. I'm sorry. Is that allowed? Okay. Yeah. Anyhow, anybody who's over 60...
Can we let the councillor speak, please?
Will recognise the climate has changed. I think the contentious issue is why, and we didn't say man-made climate change. And I think it is important to realise that flooding is increasing in this context of this motion. And I don't think our wording was more sophisticated. I think we were just saying provide robust mechanisms, actually calling on the council to do something specific. But thank you very much for hearing our amendment.
Councillor Introna, can you give us your right? Can you use your right to reply, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got nothing further to add.
Can I ask you, all those for the amendment, can you please raise your hand?
So all those against the amendment?
Can we ask all those against the amendment? Yeah. I did put it down. I think I'll put it down.
Yes, bring it down finally.
Just, councillors, any abstentions?
Okay, so the amendment falls. You don't even declare the vote, so the amendment falls. Then we're going back to the...
Right, so the amendment has fallen, so we're now going back. So the first councillor is Councillor Barlow. To speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to reiterate what Councillor Introna said. A lot of my patch is villages along the River Trent and the River Fleet, and they regularly flood. We have villages that are actually cut off. So it's not just a matter of the houses flooding, the houses are cut off. So we have Home Village, who had no access for nearly 48 hours. They were trapped in their own homes. We have Girton, which floods regularly. We still have houses where people haven't gone in from the last storm. And the 1133, which is the main trunk road, regularly gets closed. So I completely concur with what Councillor Introna said and hope that you will support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Neil Clark, please, to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yes, I fully support this motion, and I reiterate some of the things actually that Councillor Introna said, because obviously I think we all want to thoroughly thank the flood risk management team who do a superb job in all sorts of different ways. And I'll just mention it briefly again in a moment, but and also to thank all the volunteers, whether they are flood sign wardens or whether they're the volunteers in the villages or helping their neighbours in whatever form. It's impossible for the council workforce to be in every place all the time, and so volunteering can't be underestimated and is incredibly appreciated. And Councillor Introna mentioned the criteria relating to flooding in terms of the number of houses affected. And he's quite right, as he inferred. There's only one house, if just one house is flooded, for that family, it's devastating. It doesn't matter whether it's one house, 20, 100, 1,000. For that one family, it's utterly devastating. In my previous role, I spent a lot of time going around the county with the flood team, and I helped in my own community, moving furniture upstairs, etc., etc. So, as has been said earlier, the flood team work extra hard in times of those flood events. In my own division of Bingham West, I have several villages that are affected by flooding. Two examples being Cropple Battler and Colston Bassett, who are particularly affected, and they're almost guaranteed to flood in times of heavy rain and river flooding, and sometimes even in the village of Langer as well. Private joke there. The call for an increase in resources is no reflection on the flood team at all. This is to give them more resources to do even more. It's a twofold fight against flooding. Firstly, to help the residents protect their homes by installing flood resilience, such as doors, gates, etc., to protect against the water coming into their properties, but also on natural flood management, which the flood risk team are now spending a lot of time on as they spend the resources, and that's where we need a lot more resources. Small things like small dams, leaky barriers, which are putting logs across ditches, not to stop the water, but to slow the water down. All sorts of different schemes in order to slow the water to prevent the flooding. But that all takes money, and it takes time, and it needs the permission of landowners, etc., etc. So that's all resources that are required. So this is about making sure we can attract extra resources, more resources for more work to be done. So I fully support the motion.
Councillor Robertson now to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to congratulate the Labour group on using climate change as an opportunity to print off reams of paper, which I assume is very, very green. I don't know. I just wanted to echo the colleagues that have spoken on the motion so far. In my view, it's well reasoned, well balanced, and it puts the residents of the county at the fore of its consideration. Who can argue with that? The residents of the Misterton division, obviously my division, understand the challenges of flooding, and those with the best understanding are fully aware of the funding calculations and how these disadvantaged areas such as Bassett Law, which Councillor Introna very well highlighted. As recent as last Friday, I was in the village of Clarborough, very close to Councillor Introna's division,
discussing flooding with members of the parish council who are very well informed on flooding and the challenges presented to get the appropriate funding to enable flood prevention works. I've also met residents in Walkeringham who have a similar problem to Clarborough, and residents in Beckenham who not only have localised flooding issues but have the spectre of the Trent bursting its banks, which it did in 2024, as I mentioned earlier. And that devastated crops, devastated homes, and it was a protracted period to get it actually back under control. As Councillor Barton has mentioned, a lot of these things in the motion are actually happening. It doesn't make the motion any worse, or, you know, and could be made any better. I just think it may be slightly late to the party. I do think we could potentially work together outside of the chamber before this motion came forwards. But following this motion, I really do hope that we can work together for the betterment of all the residents of Nottinghamshire. And as Councillor Introna, you're a neighbour of mine in terms of division. I'll happily work with you cross-party for the betterment of those of Bassett Law specifically. In the lead up to this full council meeting, and I'm just going to go on to make a little polite request, the Conservative group did mention on social media that they wanted the Reform administration to back this and stand united behind residents who face the misery of flooding. Absolutely, 100%. So I would just politely ask, please don't make political points out of this when we're stood up supporting you and your motion. I'll be supporting it because I believe the intent is the correct one, and I will encourage other members in this chamber to do the same. Thank you.
Councillor Dodd to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Division of Worksop East that I represent has faced horrific flooding. The main deposits of water in Worksop are discharged into Worksop East with various levels of success in recent times. Councillor Introna, thank you for bringing this motion forward, by the way. There's a lot of issues around people losing property, losing their businesses, not once but twice. And I just wanted to touch on the personal, how that actually affects people. You know, how many people here have actually been affected by this? Have you been affected by what? Can you imagine the state of your family's health and your mental health in? Other things to consider, being displaced from your home, your business going bust. And there's a real personal note to this for me because I have close family members affected by this. And that's why I'm standing up, speaking up for these people. But there is a lesson to be learnt here, and this isn't me trying to make any political gains at all. The Jewel and Worksop East is a brand new built public library at a large capital expense from the county council, built at ground level. 10 yards to the side of it is the old Worksop library that is built 6 feet off the ground. I wonder why they did that. I'd like to recommend forwarding this motion, and I believe it's the correct thing to do, and everybody's got a duty to represent not just their own constituency, but cross-party working that's been mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me congratulate Councillor Introna for pretty much unifying the chamber on this matter. So I think that's very good. Flooding's a massive issue in my division, and particularly in the village of Woodborough and somewhat Lamley. Individuals and families and businesses are massively affected every year. I think last year alone there were 23 flood events in Woodborough. And again, from speaking with residents, I'm aware of the anxieties and fears that they have. You know, particularly checking, as we're pretty much heading into flood season now. The fear of the weather forecast, going to bed at night, knowing that there's going to be potentially a storm overnight. They don't sleep. Going out shopping or away for the weekend or on holiday, do they erect the flood barriers? It's a real concern. So it's good that we've got cross-party consensus here. And really to echo what Councillor Robertson and Councillor Clark have said, we've got to thank the local volunteers that we have on the ground who are, you know, very much at the, you know, on the front line of flooding. They get called out in the middle of the night, closing roads off or erecting barriers. You know, it's a real thing. I'd also, you know, the county council over the years has invested millions in flood schemes and also securing external funding for flood schemes, such as what's currently being constructed in Loudham now, and £250,000 was spent in Woodborough last year, building some bunds on some farmlands. So again, I want to express my gratitude on behalf of the folks in my division to Dr. Josh Wells, who is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and you know, always turns up. You know, it's absolutely fantastic. If it was about effort, we wouldn't have any flooding issues in the county. But we know that the sad reality is it's the formula that is used to decide who ultimately gets the cash. At present, the flood schemes are judged with a cost-benefit ratio, which essentially in plain English is does the money spent save more in avoided damages than it costs? If the benefits outweigh the costs, it qualifies. But as the Environment Agency's own guidance makes clear, projects that do not reach 100% partnership funding score must find additional local contributions, otherwise the scheme cannot proceed, even if technically eligible. That favours big urban projects protecting thousands of higher value homes. Smaller towns and villages, including my own division and in Basildon, may flood again, but will fall short on the government's flood spending spreadsheet. Even with extra weight for deprived areas, many rural or less affluent places simply will never score highly enough to receive any additional funding. And that's the injustice. The formula promotes this inequality. As we've already said, this administration is already doing much of what this motion asks in terms of lobbying government, the MPs and the MCA and the MCA mayor to revisit those rules, to count not just property values, but also the health, resilience and the ideas of local people who know their communities ultimately the best. Therefore, I will support this motion to reinforce our efforts to get this problem under control. Thank you.
Councillor Andy Brown to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to support this motion. A large percentage of my division, Leek and Ruddington, lies alongside the River Trent or within the Soar Valley. In fact, my division was called Soar Valley before being joined with Ruddington in 2017. I have witnessed firsthand the damage and misery that flooding brings. I've stood in knee-high water, helping to disperse water and help residents with the mess it leaves, not only in their property, but sorting out getting the property repaired, etc., with the insurance and ongoing worries that it all brings. Villages affected by flooding in my patch include Eastleek, Bunny, Gotham, Sutton Bonington, Normanton-on-Soar, the island of Zoch. Zoch earlier this year was completely cut off, with homes underwater and residents having to be evacuated by the fire service. On one occasion back in 2017, during a very heavy torrential storm, Gotham flooded badly within a very short time. If you don't, Gotham sort of sits in a gully and all the water just ran straight off the hills. So I took the initiative as county councillor afterwards and organised a meeting inviting members of the public, county and borough flood and emergency teams via Severn Trent Water and the Environment Agency, together with the parish council. The outcome then was to form a village flood committee, and the committee included farmers, landowners via flood team, the EA, members from the emergency teams at county and the borough, Severn Trent and myself. This committee was then able to identify, with the help of farmers, and landowners, culverts and ditches, etc., that were in need of maintenance. One person on the committee was responsible, for example, for reporting blocked gullies on an ongoing basis. A flood warden was chosen who would, if necessary, after the NCC training, be able to close off the roads. Since 2017, this work has continued, although there is more to be done, with many more ditches, culverts to be cleared. Similar has now been done in other villages in my division. Unfortunately, though, some new developments have been built on known flood areas. Balancing ponds are installed to contain excess water. Quite often, these ponds get overgrown with weeds, and the swing sluice gates are unable to function as required. Regular maintenance of these ponds should be made mandatory. Local knowledge is essential, especially historic local knowledge. In my opinion, when applications are submitted for a new development, planners should consult old maps, where place names may be different now than they were maybe hundreds of years ago. For example, one of the earliest mentions of East Leek is in the Domesday Book of 1086, where it is recorded as Leash. The name comes from an Anglo-Saxon word meaning wet land, giving everybody the clue. So flooding doesn't care what political party you support. It causes misery for everyone who is affected. So I hope all of you will vote in support of this motion to get more funding for our residents from the government for flood protection. Thank you.
Councillor Kevin Brown to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep this brief, so avoid repetition and let other members get their points over. Lead local flood authority sounds influential, but really it has little teeth and is reactive rather than proactive. That in mind, at last week's placed select committee, it was discussed and agreed that a letter should be sent to the Secretary of State for the Environment in regards to strengthening the role of the lead local flood authority. I want to just state that this correspondence addressed from myself and the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment has been sent. Background behind the discussion, flood events continue to pose significant challenges to communities, infrastructure and public services. Current approaches often rely heavily on collaboration and influence, which can delay action and dilute accountability. To build future resilient, a shift is needed towards empowered, proactive and local accountability for flood risk management. In brief, the correspondence outlines a set of proposals in line with the proposals in this motion aimed at enhancing the powers and responsibilities of Nottinghamshire County Council in its role as the lead flood authority. The goal is to improve flood resilience, streamline coordination and ensure proactive management of surface water across the county. So, with that reason and the reasons that have already been put forward, I will support the motion.
Councillor Lawton to speak, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can I reiterate our thanks to Sue Jake, Ross, her team, Josh. I know Josh really well. He used to be a lecturer at Brackenhurst College. Can I take the opportunity also of thanking Mike and Tona? It's good motion, Mike. Well done. It's always good to highlight the flooding as an issue. Many of you may or may not aware I'm your rep on the Trent Regional Flood and Coastal Committee. I first joined the Severn Trent Flood and Coastal Committee back in 2003. I took over from the then Cabinet Member John Carter. So I've been around during the Labour administration. I became an EA rep, so I maintain my continuation as far as that committee is concerned. I was involved with the 2010 Flood and Water Act. We set up Section 19, so I'm sorry, Steve, when we did Section 19, we ought to have made them far more accountable, but at that time the Mandarins wouldn't allow us to do it because we met down in London sorting that out. So you may have picked up on the fact I've been around flooding a long time. I first really became involved in 2003. I don't represent Egmonton anymore, but I know who does. The water went down Egmonton Main Street. It turned right into Cupid's Yard, and it hit the farmhouse in Cupid's Yard. It went through the air bricks, and I arrived half an hour after the event. It lifted every single floorboard up in the property and also took all the skirtings off, and the lady of the house was in the middle of her lounge blubbing her eyes out. And I arrived literally half an hour after that event. And that gives you an idea of where we are when it comes to flooding. In 2007, I started lobbying about Loudon. Between 2007 and 2017, Loudon was flooded 7 times in 10 years. 7 times. And now it is just starting to get a flood alleviation scheme, which I've been involved in with Roger and the team and Paul Lockhart, who has been championing the scheme on behalf of the Environment. So we do have successes. I was in 2013, Southall flooded. I was the chairman of the Southall Flood Group. You know, we actually raised £7.5 million to put in schemes to be able to protect that community. But even then, yesterday, when I had an appointment yesterday, I was watching people on Dudley Doyle put sandbags out because it was raining. You know, and that is the impact it has. It is massive. The impact on families is absolutely enormous. It is one of the worst things can happen to you is to get flooded. I've visited many of these families in Sue's patch, in Ferguson, all over the place, talking open pumping stations in Burton Joyce with the previous MP. I've been all over the community. Flooding is massive. You know, David Cameron, I was lobbying David Cameron. David Cameron made £2 billion available for flood risk after the Somerset level. You'll remember the Somerset levels, won't you? Yeah.
I'm far too young.
But it was, honestly, it was enormous. It was absolutely enormous. And David Cameron put his hand in his pocket. I have to, you know, and that's why I'm mentioning it. He put his hand in his pocket and he started funding flood schemes for far greater extent. And he was the start of the improvement. But we need to go further. And this is what Mike's motion is all about. We have got to improve our ability to be able to deal with those issues. And I know what you're dealing with in Worksop. I've been there. I've seen it. I've got the T-shirt. I've been involved with the Trent Regional Flood and Coastal Committee, and I know how the cost-benefit analysis works. And it's invidious. It is invidious. I am the chairman of the Finance Committee for the Environment Agency. So I know how it operates and how cost-benefit analysis works. And it does not prefer those lower, less well-off areas. It precludes them. And the reason why it precludes them is because there are so many properties, there are so many areas to control. The actual cost of it doesn't give the cost benefit the advantage. So I know exactly how it works, and I'm more than happy to discuss this issue with anybody who wants to have a chat with me over this, because I am your lobby to the Trent Regional Flood and Coastal Committee, and it's to be fair to reform, it's reform that's put me in place. And because I had a chat with your chief whip, and your chief whip says we need somebody in place that's been around a bit, that's got the scars on their back, and that's me. So thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for listening to me, and thank you to Mike for the motion. It really is an excellent piece of work, Mike. So well done.
Madam Chair, I've got a point of order. Can I bring a point of order under number 88? Paragraph 88. Yeah? Point of order. We're in a county where a mighty river runs through the centre, and we can all give personal stories of how we've helped in flood risk situations. But it seems to me that we're all in agreement here. So can we not just move to the vote? I propose we move to the vote.
I second that, Madam Chair. There are 2 more motions after this, and it would be completely unfair if those motions weren't heard. Thank you.
Councillors, fellow councillors, we We have had a point of order, and I think there are still 3, 4, 5, 6 speakers to go. So I think what we're going to do is now to put it to the vote. And
So that's bringing the debate to an early close.
yeah, we're going to bring this debate to a close.
You have to vote on that.
So you have to vote. Can we vote on that? Do you want to bring this to an early close or not? So
All those in favour?
all those in favour?
Do you want me to clarify?
Yeah.
So members, just on behalf of the chairman, if I'm made to clarify, a motion has been moved and seconded to bring the debate to an early close. The chairman will ask you to vote in favour or against as to whether you wish to bring the debate to an early close. Subject to the outcome of that, we'll proceed. So the chairman will ask for people to vote in a minute.
So all those in favour of bringing the debate to an early close? All the can you please listen? All those in favour of bringing it to an early vote, then please
Sure. Yeah.
a show of hands, please. So there's only 2 people.
2, 3.
3, 4, 5, 6.
All those against?
So that's
Standing order number 91, points of order and personal explanations. It has been noted by my group now that this is now purposely being run over to prevent our motion, which is a most contentious motion against the Reform leader. We are being silenced.
We know.
Councillor, that is nonsense. Utter nonsense. We are not doing. We're doing
Holly,
nothing.
you can't tell me that I'm speaking utter nonsense. Please take that back.
We know what's happening.
We know what's going on.
Just a point of clarification, Madam Chairman, if I may, through you. For the Conservative group voted against going to the vote. Councillor Saddington at the end here, 3 times a year, is in people's properties with water up to knees on Farndon Road, and they need the funding. This is what this motion is about. We're all elected to represent the people. This can change that, and Councillor Saddington wants to be heard, so that's why we voted against moving to the vote.
You making a point of order? A point. Mick would like to make
Councillor
just
Barton.
Quickly, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're not trying to stifle. We want to hear all 3 motions, and if people stop all this nonsense, we'll get all 3 motions in. Can we carry on, please?
Yes, we can. Councillor Kelvin Wright to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief in bullet points to keep everyone in the audience happy. Worksop South, clearly an area prone to large amounts of flooding, and I'm delighted to support the motion. I think it's good. I think it'd be great to see a multi-party statement released after the motion has passed, which it undoubtedly will, which will show real solidarity with our residents. I think a motion like this needs to translate into an actionable and accountable plan. I realise where a lot of this comes from the government and above, but rather than just standing as a motion that we all support, it's lovely, we need an accountable plan. We can then sell that, or well, not sell it, but give it out to the residents on behalf of all parties. 2 other very quick points. The sluice gates in Worksop South need to be on some form of work list for this programme. I'm no expert in flooding, but the sluice gates have been broken since 2019. And in my humble medical mind, if sluice gates don't work and the area keeps flooding, there might be a link between those 2 things. So I think that needs looking at. I was privileged earlier this week to sit with the local nature recovery plan team, and there's a lot of good work going on there. Now, I said I'd give them a plug today because it is important. They're doing work around the Chesterfield Canal, they're doing work around wetlands, there's a working group around the River Idle, all things that have been mentioned today in key areas. That work stream is potentially unfunded. Now, as a Cabinet, we have passed the local nature recovery plan through Cabinet strategic level, and the team are now working on an operational delivery plan of how that's going to come to fruition. And obviously, the next action needs to be that we support that. So we are therefore supporting those natural barriers that protect the areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Suddington to speak now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have two things to declare. I'm at 60 and I come here to represent my residents, and I don't want to be cut off before I'm allowed to speak when other people have them. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to speak. Right. I represent more than 9 villages in the Trent Valley. My division is called Farndon and Trent. It's called Farndon and Trent for a reason. The Trent runs through 9 of my villages. Most of them have suffered flooding, and as a result, we do have some flood action groups in the villages who go out and put the signs up to close roads. But what do the drivers do? They get out and move the signs. And so if the drain tops have come off, they can't see, the roads are flooded, and they could drive through a drain where the drain top has come up. It is so dangerous. And before, I think it was the last election, I was asking for some means of putting out road closed signs that drivers can't just get out and whip and put it to the side of the road, because the danger of that, as well as pedestrians trying to get to their home, is really quite something. So we have flood wardens and we have volunteers, both of which are invaluable. Now, many of my villages have suffered flooding, but without a shadow of a doubt, one of the worst, I mean, I was in Bleasby in the last flood. I was 8 inches walking through water, and we had a tractor that came and brought food to the other side of the village. There he came. One person wouldn't come out of the caravan site, so he got stuck. A tractor came with a scoop on the front, bringing food to the residents who lived in the houses, and brought this man back on the scoop. It is a case of all villagers pulling together when they actually flood. But I'm here today for one particular area, which is in Newark, and it is Farndon Road, which I have a particular concern with. Now, at the back of the houses, there is not the River Trent, it's the River Devon. It's a tributary of the River Trent. It should be the balancing pond for the houses in Newark. One of the residents, who has a very large business and has been flooded 4 times, has taken a little dinghy down that little River Devon. And it has a 6-inch headway. Now that is the balancing pond. So how on earth where is the rain going to go? It can't go into that river. We've asked the Environment Agency to dredge it. They won't. They haven't got any money. Weeds are growing out of it, and it is unfit for purpose. So we need to dig into the Environment Agency, ask them for some money, and also ask them to dredge the river. Because at the moment, if it rains as it has done, it will come over the top. The houses will flood. They have flooded 4 times in less than 2 years. They've had all their possessions ruined, all their treasures ruined. I have been to those houses, and the mental stress on those people is terrific. Now, I can say that once a week, I get at least one email from somebody saying, what are you going to do? What can you do to save me? And it's without exception. Sometimes I get more. Our leader and myself have worked and secured some funding to put some flood prevention measures on these houses. These people bought these houses with a view to being able to pass them to the family or whatever. They now can't sell them.
Councillor, you have 30 seconds.
Sorry?
You have 30 seconds left.
One is, they are 6 that are 2 up and 2 down. They are now paying £2,500 a year to insure their house because nobody will accept the responsibility. So please join with us today. Vote that we ask the Environment Agency for more money because it is with them that the buck stops. They control the river. We are only the county who can't touch the river. We need help. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Chairman, thank you. It would be amiss for me as the Conservative group leader on the Fire Authority not to start by thanking our fire service and all our services, especially when we have major flooding issues. They are the ones that are running towards danger when everybody else is running away from danger. So it would be amiss for me not to start there. And then, Mick, I know you've been to Boulderton recently, not Newark, it was Boulderton. I know most of you have been there. It's a beautiful area and we don't have much flooding, really. We have quite a lot of water retention. It's not helpful, and I am going to go slightly political, it's not helpful when the Labour and Nottinghamshire District Council decide to build a housing project on an area called Lawfield Lane, and then they wonder why it starts to flood. And I think that's the biggest issue for us. Even though in my community we don't have major flooding issues, we are literally next to Farndon, where I have seen water 4 metres high. We have seen Collingham, where it floods. And for us, we get the knock-on effect. We don't get the initial flooding, but we get the water runoff. And for us and for my community, it causes major issues because we're not next to the River Dee, we're not next to the River Trent, we're not next to areas where we get major investments in flooding retention. But our drains get blocked. We see water rising. If you went down to Sam Smith's area yesterday and underneath the A1 bridge, flooded. I want to say 1/2 metre high in some areas. You get Main Street Boulderton, where I represent, again, 30 to 60 centimetres high in areas, all for water runoff. And that's the sort of things we need to look at. Even though you might not see major flooding issues, the water runoff in our communities causes major issues. Yes, last year on Lawfield Lane, we had for the first ever time 6 houses got flooded. It took a year to resolve those issues for those residents. And this is what we are seeing time and time again, that as the Highways and Flood Authority, we need to take special attention on planning. When we see applications coming in, we need to object. And I don't think we object enough. I don't think we are strong enough in this authority. And this is from multiple political, from yourselves and us and from Labour. I don't think we have been strong enough. And the one thing that I want to take away from this is Boulderton is a great community. It is a great community, but we need to protect them from water runoff. And I would also like to throw my support to our colleagues that have had flooding. I know, as you know, that you will be out there at 2 o'clock in the morning in your wet coats helping residents. I do the same. And our residents are out there with sandbags helping each other. We need to support them more. And I really do thank you on behalf of this group for supporting us on this. And I think it shows sometimes we can put politics aside and work together, but Boulderton will stay Conservative, I'd just like to say. Well, thank you.
Councillor Bingham.
I'll be brief. Yes, I'll support this motion. I can say that at the outset. We're already taking actions in respect of the things that Councillor Introna spoke about. There's a letter gone out to DEFRA this week, written by, sent by us, written by our officers, very experienced officers such as Sue Jakes and team. That letter primarily relates to responsibilities and getting more power into the lead local flood authority, which is the county council. I was pleased to see, sitting on Bassett Law Flood Partnership, that agencies are all working together already. So there is some coordination there, because that's perhaps not been the case in the past. I think something was mentioned about sluice gates, but as far, this is local to me, but I do believe that action on that is already in hand and works are planned. So we'll be following up on that. Councillor Introna mentioned resources, and that always comes back to money. So we look forward to coordinating with Councillor Lawton to move things forward there, if that's all right. He will probably want to bring up the A614. He always does. And again, listening to local people, it's a logical thing. We were actually out with the flood officer a few weeks ago, myself and Councillor Dodd. I live very close to Worksop Town Centre, and he's got the Camch area as well. So, yeah, what I'd like to say, I'm grateful for your continued support, Councillor Introna, in support to this council, that is, in helping us deliver solutions that people demand. And happy to support the motion which backs up the work that we're already commenced, basically. So thank you very much, everybody.
Councillor Answer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I stand to support this motion. I don't think we've got any alternative but to support this. It's for our residents, it's for us, it's for our county. And we've all experienced at times flooding. There isn't any areas that's unique and don't have it. It happens everywhere. It just happens worse in some than others. But everybody gets the flooding. Where I am in my area, we've got fields, lovely. They seem to hold water. And yet, the planning authority have deemed it's okay to build 800 houses there. So that water was going to be on that field and slightly drain away, will have to come off the concrete and go onto the fields close by. And where do those fields go? They go to Plesley, Mead and Vale. Plesley, where the square is, and the stream, more stream goes through, and that just floods up, and they get flooded out for weeks on end. And, you know, I feel for anybody who gets flooded out, because they're not going back next week, they're not going back next month. It means wiring, it means everything. They're not going back probably 6 months, even a year in some cases, before they get their homes back. And then when they get them back, they want to insure them against flooding. And the chance of getting insured, if any at all, let alone if it's going to cost, is just about nil. So it hits them in every way, and you've got to feel for the people that is affected. I just want to draw your attention to what is happening in Mansfield. Severn Trent has implemented a large-scale sustainable drainage system, SUDS, project in our town, investing £76 million to enhance flood resilience and reduce pressure on the town's sewers and network. Just wait, Debbie. Mansfield Town Centre gets flooded out. And I mean the centre. And then it's after that, it's end of streets, it's the roads, it's everywhere. It just everywhere gets flooded. The drains can't take it. But then the project involves installing various SUDS features like bioswales, rain gardens, detention basins, and permeable paving where store the water on there, to absorb rainwater, helping the town cope better during heavy rainfall. Not 9 footfall, but plenty of rainfall. The Mansfield project is the largest of its kind in the UK, providing a blueprint for future flood management and benefiting the community through the environmental improvements and job creation. That's a lot of money to try and alleviate flooding. But we'll see what happens, because it's only just been finished, and probably about 2 or 3 months ago, and we'll see what happens. But a lot of people are moaning about these bioswales and back gardens, the bottom of the paths and all that, on the parks. Everybody's complaining about that. But these SUDS, there are 343 installed in Mansfield to try and store water, hold water back from going into the drains and going into the rich streams and the rivers. That's what's happening in Mansfield. Now, I hope that's going to be successful. I'm sure this winter we'll try it out. And if it is successful, they're going to send, Severn Trent can spend 76 million in Mansfield. Let's hope they can spend some money elsewhere and support other areas of our county. So I'll say no more, just say I'll support this proposal, and thank you very much.
Councillor Doddy.
Now then, no. Thank you, Chair. I think Barry has set the ambience by talking about 70+ million going into Mansfield, and this one really is for the Chair. You've had a long day, Chair, but you'll be delighted to have seen on Monday £25 million from DEFRA for a natural flood defence mechanism start work on the Boundary Brook in Trowell, where you and I represent. I can see the surprise, but I thought it would be a nice surprise for you to know that. They're going to dredge it, they're going to create a straight brook and turn it into a meandering brook and increase its capacity, increase biodiversity, and decrease the down water flowing, which has caused an enormous amount of misery that you and I have shared over the last number of years on Cranbourne Close and in Trowell Park, which you don't live too far from. So I thought it's a nice little bit of news to sort of cheer you up. I'm going to say one other thing, and there was an undercurrent that I picked up here today, and people have talked about the longer term consequences of flooding. And I spoke before on a topic on flooding and said it's not about the water. The water comes and the water goes. We heard about mental health problems, and I outlined a series of 5 people I'd seen. One was a diabetic who'd been put out of her house, insulin dependent, went into a bed and breakfast. I saw her, her sugars were through the roof. She had diabetic eye changes and was at risk of going blind. And I said to her, hey, hang on a minute, what are you doing with your diabetes? She said, you try living in a bed and breakfast, trying to inject yourself with insulin 4 times a day, and I'd like to see what your sugars would be like. The next person had put on 4 stone in weight and become grossly obese. The next person was on antidepressants because of anxiety. The next relationship, they were divorcing because they couldn't stand each other anymore. The next one had turned into an alcoholic because he was drinking just to change, get through the day. And therefore, although we think it's a mental thing, this is also a physical thing with long-term consequences. And I have asked the Health and Wellbeing Board to do a joint strategic needs assessment on the long-term physical, psychological and mental impact of flooding on areas over a long period of time. And I shall be trying to follow that up if there's anybody from public health listening. And that could be used to inform the formula that we've got for the cost benefit criteria, because dealing with somebody who's gone blind because they haven't been able to manage their diabetes, it could also give us a structure as to how we prioritise rehousing people who are actually in areas that are flooded. We can't just treat them all the same because they're not all the same. And I think it's such a fantastic thing to have us all together here today, and the new areas that we can do to improve those people and change the cost-benefit analysis, etc., and call on the Public Health Department to do a joint strategic needs assessment on those long-term sequelae. I support the motion. It's lovely. Thank you.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to be brief and quick because everybody is waiting to go home. I support this motion for this council, especially the council I meet in Turner. Thank you very much. Bringing this kind of motion, we can unite together. So this is first time since we reform takeover. This is really appreciated. And my story is Mansfield, we got a lot of problem with the floods, especially River Mount. When he burst during the raining season, he goes all over the town, and we get a lot of affected businesses and houses, roads closure. So this kind of fund is really helpful. Thank you very much. And that's it. I'll support fully with this motion. Thank you.
Finally, Councillor Adams, you reserved your right to speak.
Thanks for that. Yeah, how do you sum that up? Look, I just want to start off by saying what an incredible motion that has managed to pull an entire chamber together. I think that's what almost an entire chamber, I assume, at this stage. I might be calling that too early. But great to have a majority of the chamber up for this. So thank you for that. Thank you for all your comments as well. I think your representations around things that have happened in your local area. I'm so glad that Councillor Saddington had an opportunity to speak as well, because you know it's that local passion, that representation that councillors like Councillor Saddington and many of you as well across the chamber that have spoken about today is what's important. They're the only you're their only voice on this stage of those residents in your patch, and there's nobody else that's going to stand up in a room of people and back them and try and ensure that that their area is safe. I'm in an area where we are under threat every year from flooding. You see the reason why we have floodplains. Burton Joyce is the classic reason. If you go down there sort of in January time, you'll realise that the water's right up. Lots of people come down and take pictures because it's an absolute stunning view to look at, and that's the beautiful part of flooding. You get these large expanses of water that you can look over, and when the sun sets, it's stunning. But then the flip side of flooding, like we've already talked about, is when it goes through somebody's front door, when it goes through into somebody's life. And I think I mentioned this before when I was talking about Whitworth Drive before, that if you have residents that flood in your area and you talk to them regularly, I'm sure you do through different communication channels and face-to-face, just remind them to pick up those family pictures and take them upstairs. Because the one thing that absolutely gets ruined every time is the things that people most care about. You can replace a CD player, that's very old, isn't it? You can replace a set-top box, there you go, that's one for you. You know, you can replace those things that are the television, whatever. You can get rid of all that stuff. It doesn't matter because there'll be an insurance company covering that. Somebody said earlier that, you know, the thing they worry about is that you never get enough money to cover all of that from the insurance. There's always left over costs, and the biggest cost is that emotional cost, that cost to your family's history and those good times that you've spent together. So always remind them of that, please, if you will. It makes a big difference to have those memories protected. The interesting thing about this motion is, from my own perspective, we've recently, working in cooperation with Gedling Borough Council, Nottinghamshire County Council and a local business, as it turns out, a fantastic local company called Ken Wilkins Print. And what they've done is they've actually funded a new pump for the area in Colwick. Now, obviously, there's a you know, for them, it obviously protects their business as well. But this pump before wasn't big enough to deal with the flood issues that we've had in Colwick over that time. So that money that, you know, that maybe would be coming through the public sector, they've engineered and created themselves so that they can protect not only their businesses but that whole area from future flooding. So there are those opportunities as well sometimes, and it was great to connect those that company, a company that I've done quite a bit of work with over time, with the council and be able to get that partnership working. Because if you can get some funding from the government, as we push to get more funding, we demand more funding from the EA. If you can get partnership funding as well, again, that goes a lot further. You can do a lot more. You can protect a lot more people. So an opportunity there, if you find it, to do that. In terms of Burton Joyce, I'll just give you a very small bit of info on that. We got 50 grand. We did some from the council. We applied for it, and we ended up with doing some upper catchment works, which meant that we were able to change what was a very direct stream. It came straight down, turned right, and then shot down the hill. And what we were able to do was create an open bund area where water could come down, collect in that, and then slowly release itself into the stream. And the biggest problem with Burton Joyce was the rush. As soon as you have that big downpour, it comes at such speed that none of the rivers can deal with it, none of the streams can deal with it. So it just bursts its bank straight away. And there's a lovely little house on Main Street that sadly got hit most times. But what we found was, when this upper catchment work is done to sort of slow that flow, and then also in the stream we put leaky dams in as well. So again, they're taking that water and slowing it down and then slowly releasing it down through the stream system. For the first time ever, last year, it didn't flood. First time ever in however many years. I've lived there, 8 years, I think, something like that. And the whole time I was there, it's flooded every year. I've been out there at 5 in the morning with an umbrella trying to slow cars down, because every time they drove through it, they'd send a bow wave into people's properties. You know, I've been down there with a resident doing that Every time it starts to rain heavily, I sit and think to myself, oh no, here we go again. Wait for the phone to kick in at whatever time it is. Normally it's at a time when everybody's asleep, because that's where these things always seem to happen. But then there's an incredible group of people in the NLRF, which is the local resilience forum. That group gets together, and in Nottinghamshire they're a central group, and they get in contact with you as councillors, and they'll tell you what's going off, and also help you and get support to your local areas. It encompasses somebody, Johnny mentioned the fire brigade, brings the fire brigade in, and if necessary, sometimes they'll help with the protection of residents, whether you sometimes have to evacuate. I mean, the worst case situation. So there's lots of things that kick in to help us, but what we need is more money to ensure that we can do better things that prevent that flooding, because we always seem to be dealing with the effect. Let's get after the cause. Let's try and solve the cause of the problem. There are many reasons for flooding. We know that. Yes, heavy rainfall is one, but sometimes as well, if we're not maintaining local highways infrastructure properly, like drains and all the rest of it, that can cause surface water flooding, and those effects are therefore they're getting an extra strength because they're also on people's streets as well, adding to the problem. So we need to help water escape. That's a really important thing as well. So anything we can do. I mean, I put my Whitworth Drive petition in earlier today, and that's all about helping that water escape quicker and getting it away from properties, and therefore protecting residents. All those school kids that I mentioned that walk to school down that road every day that are getting completely covered before they start a full day at school. So again, look, I don't want to go on forever because I know we've got other things we want to talk about, but I just want to say, genuinely, great motion, some fantastic stories. Get out there, and I'm glad to see so many people representing your community so strongly. So thank you so much, everybody, for all your contributions.
Councillor Troma, to sum up, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I will be very brief. A couple of points I want to pick up. I'm not going to mention everybody. Hope you'll forgive me for that. Councillor Kelvin Wright, clear plan. Absolutely agree. So if we can sit down and look at how we do that, maybe through the Place Select Committee, I don't know. But maybe we can get together, and certainly our group from within Bassett, we're getting this first hand. Councillor Wilmot, John, we don't always agree on everything over the last 4 years, but, I know that you are a great champion for your community and you put many hours in, at all hours. And that one word you started this debate with, demoralising, and that's what our residents feel too many times. So I just want to have one quick shout out. River Idle Flood Action Group in my town, predominantly around Retford. Just want to say a huge thank you to this local lobby group, well over 500 now, I'm not sure even if it's 700 people, who have invited me into their group, their homes, and their lives, their families' lives, and given me a huge insight to some of the problems that they're facing. Thank you to all councillors for the support, and hopefully we can do, as suggested by many of you, work apolitically going forward, and maybe in doing so we can share some of the accrued knowledge that we gain over the coming months and years, and those findings work together, put them together for a successful community benefit. So thank you very much for all your support, and thank you, Madam Chairman.
I will now put the motion to the vote. So all those in favour, please, can you raise your hands?
Yeah, it's unanimous.
Unanimous. So the motion is carried.
Motion number 2.
Yeah.
Motion 2, reducing speed limits. I call upon Councillor Gowland to move the motion.
Thanks very much. So this motion is asking that we allow residents who want a 20 mile an hour, so a speed limit in their area, to be able to request one and get one. And I think we can see from today's meeting how important this is to residents. We had 7 petitions broadly on speeding today and 2 constituency speeches. It's important to realise, of course, reducing speeding in residential areas has the potential to save lives. I think everybody in this room knows that going from 30 to 20 means if you do have a collision, if a child runs out in front of you, you're much less likely to kill them. In Wales, the speed limit reduction has saved 14 deaths and 900 injuries prevented. It's a 46% reduction. But more importantly, I think, it reduces fear. You know, I'm old enough to remember playing out by the grip bin, you know, getting some freedom, being able to go out. And we know children are stuck indoors more and more nowadays. It also reduces pollution. I think everybody who drives a petrol engine car is aware that if you're going down this road here, 50 miles an hour is the most efficient speed. If you're in a residential area, stopping and starting, that's not true. The slower that you go, the less you accelerate, the less you decelerate, the less pollution you make. You don't make so much brake dust, you don't make as much road wear, tyre wear. Also less noise, I think. Also, I live in a 20-mile-an-hour zone. I'm lucky enough to, and we've got a very built-up area, lots of cars. And actually, honestly, it's more fun because you kind of, you know, instead of having to stop and start the car in front of you, you can kind of navigate around each other. So it's not even boring, I'd say. Why don't we do it? Well, obviously, cost is one issue, but it's a real shame, isn't it, that we've got this kind of situation where we can never think long-term and we can't think about 2 sides of the equation. If people are being put in hospital, if people are off work, if people are being injured, you know, apart from being bad, that's also a cost, and we can't really balance that up. But in my area, one of the areas I brought a petition today, the only cost would be to remove a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, where it goes from 20 to 30 in one short area. Enforcement is often talked about, you know, how are you going to enforce this? Well, it worked in other places where it's been introduced. Initially, you have a peak in people getting tickets, but then people realise and it comes down. It does require enforcement, and there will always be idiots who speed. But hopefully, if everybody starts to come down in speed, it will help. Now, one thing I heard on the radio the other day is 20-mile-an-hour limits are things Liberal wants. Well, I can promise you, I'm not a Liberal, not in any meaning of the word Liberal. Car speed affects everybody, and not everybody can drive. In fact, all of us can't drive some of our lives. People who are children can't drive. People who are old often can't drive. A lot of people can't afford to drive. The lowest 20% of the population, 40% of them don't have cars. The highest 20% of the population, 14% of them don't have cars. And everybody, at any time, might become a pedestrian. Any of you might become a pedestrian. I'm sorry to say, you know, it's happened to me. You can have an accident, not in your car, twist your ankle, bang your head, and you can't drive for 6 weeks, 6 months, whatever. So we're all pedestrians sometime, and I think this limit will help residents by allowing them to be able to achieve what they want in their area. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Clooney to second the motion.
Yep, thanks. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
I will now open the debate. Councillor Richard. Oh, I'm the wrong one. Kevin, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Brown.
I think I can say safely that every member in this chamber wants safer roads in this community. Though I do find this motion a little bit simplistic and confusing. In respect of confusing, the council already has a process whereby residents can request speed restrictions. I'm not saying it should be thinking, I'm not saying it can't be made better or developed, just the fact that there is already a process there. There have been 20-mile-an-hour projects carried out in other authorities, Brighton Hove, East Sussex, Pembrokeshire and Edinburgh, to name but a few. Their reviews came up with various but often similar conclusions, including only slight reduction in casualties and collisions, high cost, restricted enforcement, community pushback, and only modest speed reductions, 1 to 3 miles an hour. The motion cites Wales. The Wales country
countrywide rollout of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, in my view, is not a realistic comparison to the way 20-mile-an-hour restrictions are normally considered in Nottinghamshire, where schemes are introduced street by street or estate by estate. In Wales, the rollout was countrywide, as I've just stated, and the change applied to restricted roads, which means those that previously had a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. It did not include private estate roads. As stated in Nottinghamshire, requests for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits usually come from individual communities, schools or estates and must be processed through the traffic regulation orders on a case-by-case basis. This makes implementation slower, more resource-intensive and far more localised. Evidence in Wales so far shows only a limited fall in collisions and casualties, particularly where schemes are sign only. The Welsh Government itself has acknowledged that the policy is undergoing review, with exceptions being made and adjustments continue in response to public and local authority feedback. This highlights that while 20-mile-an-hour speed limits have benefits, especially in the right locations, a blanket national rollout is very different from localised schemes, both in terms of scope and outcomes. Taking this all into consideration, I consider that there are flaws in the motion. Selected use of evidence. While evidence suggests that some safety benefits, national reviews show the impact is mixed, with only limited reductions in accidents and ongoing adjustments are needed. Public support. The motion assumes resident support is straightforward, but in practice, communities can be divided and consultation processes may be complex and costly. Resource and enforcement gap. Simply changing the speed limit does not guarantee compliance without enforcement or traffic calming measures. Without traffic calming measures, effectiveness is limited. So therefore, there's a potential inconsistency. Allowing piecemeal resident requested changes could create a confusing patchwork of limits across the county, reducing clarity for drivers. For these stated reasons, I cannot support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, it's almost 4:30 and I'm rising with a point of order under 87F of the Constitution. I'm proposing that we suspend standing orders in regard to item 9, the finishing time of this meeting, in order that all three motions can be heard. That's my proposal.
I second that.
Do I?
Yeah, I seconded it, yeah. Sure, isn't it? Telling me I'm speaking. What it would mean.
Well, councillors, we have been asked to suspend standing orders. So there is no end to this day if we do so.
It already feels like that, Madam Chairman.
Chairman, some of us have got an award ceremony at Inspire at 6:30.
Some of us have got a meeting at 6:30, but we won't go on that long, will we?
Point of clarification, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a point of clarification. If we are to vote that we don't have an official time for ending, is there still the time limit of an hour for the third motion to be debated? Therefore, we would have an end point. It would just be after debating that stellar work that they put forward.
Okay. We need to put this to the vote, obviously. So can you please raise your hands if you agree to suspending standing orders?
Point of clarification. Can you really introduce a point of order like this in the middle of an existing motion?
Yes.
Yes.
You can. Well,
Yeah.
take it all back then. We could go to the vote on the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits and do that now, and then we can move on.
That hasn't been moved.
That's for
You
Right.
want to vote in favour of suspending standing order?
Right. I want to put this to the vote. Who is in favour of suspending standing orders?
You was.
Yeah.
Those against standing orders.
Who is against?
No. You want.
Anna.
Yeah. Any abstentions? 1, 2, 3. 3 abstentions.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
3 abstentions.
Councillors, we have 18 for, 37 against and 3 abstentions. So the motion falls. We're now going back to the motion 2, reducing speed limits. And I will kick off with Councillor Rich, please.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Before I start, I'm a simple councillor, get straight to the point type of person. But I'm going to start from this. I have to say, I note the motion as it affects residents in every area, in rural areas that will affect residents with this issue, and it affects the flow of traffic. Also in Wales, where Labour introduced a default 20 miles per hour limit, nearly 500,000 people signed the petition against it. This largest settlement in history business report reduced footfall, and taxi drivers complained for a long journey and local economies suffered. But I would like to say it can be improved by asking the residents how they are affected, like I did with my petition, knocking on doors to residents. We must also consider the in-train consequences, increasing congestion, lowering junction times and reducing productivity. Slowing speed can mean more emissions, more fuel as cars idle longer and struggle and maintain efficiency only with Labour's policies may harm the very environment it claims to protect. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I first read the title of this motion, it got me a little excited. Reducing speed limits where residents want this. I thought, how perfect. An opposition motion aligned to a petition I presented to council on the very same meeting. Oh, that's good. However, I then got into the detail of the motion and was slightly disappointed. Instead of the motion being a well-rounded, well-considered piece, thinking of the impact of all residents in the county, it appears to focus on a key theme of implementing 20-mile-an-hour limits without explicitly referencing being focused on the urban environment. From my point of view, this is a poor motion. It does not look at considering the benefits for all residents of the county, just those in urban residential areas. I am sure at some point, councillors will get sick of hearing me say I represent a rural division, but I do, and I do not feel this motion in any way considers them. My residents are concerned about road safety. I put a petition in this morning that they went out and got the signatures for. But unfortunately, they don't look at reducing 30 mile an hour to 20 mile an hour. Their considerations are about controlling the change of limits from fast national speed limit, 50 mile an hour connecting roads, to that of the many villages in my division. I know lots of Reform colleagues whose residents have the same issues, and I'm sure many Conservative members have this too. This motion does nothing to address any of the rural concerns. You then look at the motion supporting information, and it lacks credibility. Referencing 20 mile an hour schemes in Wales, which took years to roll out and at the cost of millions, and now, after resident backlash, the Welsh Government are starting to reverse this. There's also a suggestion that driving slower causes less damage to the road, but the Labour government is forcing drivers towards heavier battery-powered vehicles. The damage on the road continues. Just 20 mile an hour speed limits might help reduce a little bit of wear, but other parts of the net zero ideology actually cause more damage. And it's on ideology where I will end this. This could have been a good motion, which, as the previous motion from Councillor Introna did, brought everyone around a common position on this one would have been road safety. However, it's a blatant application of a bust Labour ideology. Rather than thinking about all residents of Nottinghamshire, this motion is poor. I agree there could be lots done to improve road safety, and I will be pushing that agenda within our group to develop some policy on how we can achieve that for all residents of the county. Surprisingly, I'll be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Rawson to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without doubt, lower speed limits make sense outside schools, hospitals and other dangerous areas. This is obvious to all, and many schools already benefit from the existing opportunity to reduce limits to 20 miles an hour. But should we widen that ability to reduce speed further? Well, let us look at the evidence available in Wales, as previously quoted. One Welsh MP quotes, "The rollout has already cost taxpayers 32 million, with an estimated economic hit of 9 billion. Labour and Plaid's blanket 20 mile an hour speed limit has been nothing short of a disaster for Wales. For me, to approve this motion means more cost, more red tape, more strain on the busy working men and women who are trying to make ends meet, more left-leaning political overreach, more lowest common denominator politics. If speeding is a problem, the police must prosecute more speeding drivers. The common sense majority should not be made to suffer. I was not elected to support policies such as this, as a consequence will not support this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Fascio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to stress that this motion, as actually Councillor Robertson just pointed out, it is about residential areas, predominantly in suburban areas. My 10-year-old son has just started walking to school by himself. My biggest fear, I live in a suburban area, is that he's going to get hit by a car walking to school because too many road users do not have respect for the limits at all. And we all know that a child is more likely to survive if they're hit at 20 miles an hour than 30 miles an hour. I presented a petition today for an area that I consider to be a prime contender for a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit. This is an area that has got a narrow carriageway, there's no raised pavement, and there's barely space for two cars to pass side by side. If there's any pedestrians, they have to get completely out of the way. At the moment, it's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, and cars come zipping up and down it, even though there are speed humps. They're those nice smooth ones that you don't really have to slow down over. And there's lots of families moved in this area. My fear is that actually some child is going to get squashed because people go too fast and the road just isn't set up for shared space on the road between pedestrians, cyclists and motor users. So I think that when the petition for this particular 20-mile-an-hour speed limit zone idea was put together, 98% of the residents on these roads who were asked have signed this. They all see it as a problem. I accept that in some areas this isn't going to be a solution. It's not going to be a solution. We're not saying if you're on a 70-mile-an-hour road now that you have to go 20 miles an hour. This is an idea to create areas where even 30 miles an hour is too fast, where residents know that that is too fast and they want to take some kind of positive action to protect motorists and pedestrians and cyclists alike. Enforcement's been an issue that people bring up. It's all right saying there needs to be more enforcement. Most roads now in residential areas are 30 miles an hour. You very rarely see anybody enforcing them. Everyone knows it's 30. Most people try and stick to that. If it was 20, I believe most people would try and stick to that. They realise now that this is about, there are certain areas where you don't do 30. 30 is the limit. We probably don't go it. If it was 20, it might make you think, if you see a 20, oh, I need to slow down. That, for me, would be good enough if it meant that a child isn't killed. So my understanding of this, we spoke to Highways ahead of this, and that you can't implement 20-mile-an-hour zones at the moment. We don't have a council policy for it. So my idea is that we kind of create this policy so that when there are areas which are suitable for 20-mile-an-hour zones, and when there is a consensus of residents who do want it, and that work is done, that we give them the ability to put those speed limits in force. Thank you.
Councillor Brill to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels a long time ago since I spoke this morning on a constituency speech on dangerous driving on Carlton Hill. Since then, we've had 9-foot tsunamis and flooding across the county. So now we're back on road safety again. Since being elected in Carlton West in May, I've applied my mind through the road safety group to the question of road safety. And if there was a magic bullet, if there was one simple thing you could do to solve the question of dangerous driving, irresponsible driving, antisocial behaviour at the end of the day, driving, then we would all do it, it would all be implemented, we'd all go home and forget about it. The reality is there is no magic bullet. And the answer to the point that Councillor Faucio makes is that if people drive over 30 miles an hour, there's a higher prospect that a child or someone will be injured at 30 miles an hour than at 20. I have one question to that. If somebody's going to ignore the speeding limit when it's 30 miles an hour, why are they going to comply with it when it's 20 miles an hour? We have the issue in Carlton Hill. I've seen a car going down Carlton Hill that's approximately 60 miles an hour. And some of the accidents we have, which are all a manifestation of antisocial behaviour, are accidents deriving from people driving vehicles which may or may not be taxed, insured, MOT, they'll be registered to them, and they will drive how they want anyway. We have to be a little bit smarter about this. There are different ways of trying to manage and control speeding and behaviour on the roads. And of course, don't forget that implementing a measure such as 20 miles an hour in a certain area, for example, there's a stretch of Carlton Hill which you could describe, as it says here, as a residential road, could actually make things worse. It could have a knock-on effect to other parts of a road where there are small businesses and shops and traders and people who rely on people able to drive and park to stop and park in an area and spend their money in the locality. So we have to be really careful and not assume that imposing one solution everywhere fixes everything everywhere. It doesn't. And I appreciate that in a motion it isn't normal to get into mechanisms and descriptions of how local residents, to quote, request and generally support these proposals. I think we have to be really careful about this, because what you can get, and I'm not suggesting that anybody in this room wants a 20-mile-an-hour limit across all of Nottinghamshire, but there will perhaps be some out there that do. And those that do could, in a community, start a campaign going, whether or not they live in that locality or not, get a petition going for a request, which they can then say, well, if the council does a survey and does the letters, and we all know that sadly there's not as much engagement with authorities and local government today as there used to be, and we'd like there to be, and people may not respond to those letters, and before you know it, a very small minority of people have managed to foist a 20-mile-an-hour limit on a residential area where ultimately it really isn't appropriate. And secondly, as a councillor, and I say this as a councillor that's been on a different authority, in respect to the consultation on whether there should be a 20-mile-an-hour limit, there'll be virtually negligible engagement. Oh boy, if residents find out that they've got a 20-mile-an-hour limit when they don't want it, and they realise the disruption it causes, and you get frustrated drivers who might be able to do 30 miles an hour, but when it's 20 miles an hour, they will just ignore all limits. You've got more angry, frustrated people. You've not solved the problem, you've worsened the problem. I really do think, Madam Chair, that the motion is well-meaning. We all want to protect our residents, but we need to be smarter about it. It needs to be more focused and understand there's no magic solution. Thank you.
Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As many of the officers and the councillors that have been here a few years remember that I put a thing for 20-mile-an-hour limit some time ago, and again it didn't get through because a number of people thought it was the wrong thing to do. It's infuriating to me that when I walk down the street and I see these speeding cars going straight by and making a load of noise as well with their engine, and then I see the pensioners walking about. You have to remember, pensioners are living longer at the present time, which is brilliant, but they want to be able to walk around the streets of the towns without any problem of not being able to get across the road or having to wait for 20 minutes while the vehicles come by. Because the roads and the pavements and everywhere, it's so busy now from a few years ago. I've never seen so many vehicles now that's coming into our towns. It's unbelievable, and that's why I do believe it. Although, yes, I support 20 miles an hour, but it needs a lot of thought. I realise that it really needs a lot of negotiation. It really needs a thorough investigation of what's happening all over the place. I unfortunately had a shop, and I saw a 6-year-old child run over on my street, and that vehicle was going 30 miles an hour. And if it had been going less 20, there's a possibility it wouldn't have killed the person. That's what the medics said at the side of the road. And it was so that's one of the reasons why I'm for 20 miles an hour. If it's done in the right perspective, if it's looked at and made sure that it's needed. I go to 4 schools in my area, and I see kiddies running outside of vehicles parked on double yellow lines at the school, and just cars racing by, at 30 miles an hour, which is absolutely unbelievable. Thanks for that intervention. Is it telling me something, Chairman? Yeah, but as I say, there's nothing more infuriating than when you watch speeding motorists putting people's lives at risk. And that's why I will support the motion, not in its present form. It would really have to be looked into very, very closely, and that certain areas would need that 20 mile an hour. Some wouldn't, because it's not as not so many pedestrians walking about. But we have to remember pedestrians are more important now than motorists. That the government have made it that. If you see a person crossing the road now, that you're supposed to stop for that person. That's a new law. You all know about that, I hope. But that's the situation now, that the motorist is of secondary importance. The pedestrian has more rights now than it's ever had, and I'm pleased about that. I really am. I say, I walk the streets, I see many pensioners, I see many children frightened to cross the road. Why are they frightened to cross the road? Because the cars are going too fast. And it seems there's more and more going faster and faster and faster. And there's got to be some way of stopping that situation. But it's a big debate, and it will take years to get sorted out, I suppose. But believe you me, something needs to be done about it. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Bingham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just some data really from the County Council, and facts, if you like, from the County Council. You'll have to forgive me, I'm reading from very small print here to try. My battery's died.
Don't borrow my glasses.
No, you're all right, thank you. Yeah, the County Council introduces speed limits, including 20 mile per hour limits based on current government guidance. That's on setting local speed limits on the gov.uk website. The County Council's policy enables 20 mile an hour speed limits to be requests to be considered on their own merit based on the guidance, their deliverability in terms of feasibility, their effectiveness in delivering the Nottinghamshire plan aims. At this time, we'd say more like the objective, which is reducing accidents and injuries and deaths, and their value for money. And money does come into it because, as has been proven in Wales, if you have a blanket delivery and it doesn't work, you've also got a huge amount of costs. So I'm going to get back to the data on the email in front of me. There was previously, by the way, the Select Committee carried out a study, which I'll get to. Sorry, this is very small print. I'm trying to get it on the screen. There we are. It has been shown that there can be targeted casualty reduction schemes in 20 mile an hour speed limits introduced with traffic calming measures, and have been successful in reducing the number and severity of casualties. Wait till I get to the end though, as well as reducing vehicle speeds. 20 mile an hour speed limits have also been effectively used as part of the strategic cycle route improvements. Follow that one there. The outcomes from area-wide 20 mile an hour speed limit trials undertaken in the county to date have not, however, delivered the same benefits, as analysis from these indicates that they have not reduced casualties, have reduced vehicle speeds by less than 1 mile per hour, and did not increase the numbers of people walking or cycling within them. The findings from the Department for Transport's 3-year evaluation of 20 mile an hour signed only speed limits undertaken in 2018 also found that there is insufficient evidence to conclude that there has been a significant change in collisions and casualties following the introduction of 20 mile per hour limits in residential areas. I'm nearly at the end. Given the above, investment in 20 mile per hour speed limits in the county is currently primarily focused on locations where they offer the greatest benefit and value for money. As part of casualty reduction schemes where they are identified as the best method to address a history of reported road traffic collisions, and as part of strategic cycle route improvements. Place Select Committee is due to examine how road safety measures, including 20 mile an hour speed limits, are assessed and implemented starting next month. So we're already on with assessing and surveying that. So for that reason, and what the data tells us, I think handing out almost a carte blanche power is not going to be safe, effective or cost effective. So with that, I will vote against the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Girling to speak, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to go into the merits of 30 or 20, but I'm going to speak with a little bit of authority, even though it might be slightly out of date now. As somebody that was a qualified driving examiner, so I could take you on your test and pass you or not. In fact, my nickname was the Terminator because I failed more than I passed, to be fair. But what I was always taught as a driving examiner is that the speed limit is the limit. It's not the target. Yeah, and it's your responsibility as a driver to drive at a safe speed on that road, whether it's 30, 60 or whatever. Yeah, if the conditions don't allow it, then it's for you as a driver to reduce your speed to make it safe in that area. Yeah. And the problem is with changing speed limits, and there's loads of roads in Nottinghamshire where it's been influenced by local councils, where it's 50 mile an hour, then it's 40, then it's 30, then it's 50, then it's 60, and I've got the points to prove it, is it can get quite confusing. And so if, you know, this to me is about trying to educate drivers and habits of drivers to make sure that they drive safely in our roads in Nottinghamshire. And one of the things we can do as councillors, actually, within the community, and it's something I've been doing for the last 16 years, is community speed watch. So I use my council divisional fund money to buy one of those speed guns, got local people together and the police, and we go out and we're on roads where we know that it's faster than it should be. So in your area, you can do this with your local residents who are concerned about that speed, and you do a community speed watch. What that does, it does several things. People go through that area, see you there with that gun, they realise that there's somebody there concerned about the speed, right? And they slow down. And I represent the largest council estate in Nottinghamshire, and I've had one abuse, and that was a pedestrian. So I went and had a look, and it was seriously. He says you should be out catching criminals. That's why I'm a councillor. So what? And anyway, I had a word with him. But you know, it's about changing the perception of those roads, and by doing things like that, if it's excessive speed. So this was at the time it was a 40 mile an hour road. If somebody went down 60 mile an hour, it's recorded, and the police would actually go and visit. If it's just over the speed limit, then they'd get a letter saying, look, you know, this is a residential area, be a bit more wary, calm your driving down, because they all tend to be local and they use that route quite a lot, don't they? And it works. So, you know, instead of disadvantaging everybody that drives sensibly, yeah, and sticks to the speed limit and drives safely within the speed limit, why disadvantage them? Because I believe drivers have the right to progress. Yeah, drivers have the right to progress at a reasonable, safe speed to get on their journey. Delivery vehicles have the same, and buses have the same, and it's like that. So rather than change the speed limit, do something in your own community, get yourself a speed gun, and it's great fun, and you can write a little letter to them saying, don't be a pillock. I had to calm that one down a bit. Don't be a pillock, watch your speed. Yeah, and that to me is a much more sensible approach to educating people's driving habits within Nottinghamshire than doing 20 mile an hour speed limit. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Mason to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will use the word numpty, if that's all right, because they're all out there and every street's got one. In theory, I actually agree with the principle, like everybody else does. We all want safer streets. Nobody wants the children hit. But as just literally been mentioned, I have an estate where the bus goes round. And if you reduce the speed, then you're going to implement costs on the bus service. And if it makes the budget higher for a service to run, it's the 141, which we've all got problems round. So yeah, that's it. you start affecting the service. And that is a very long run of a bus from Nottingham to the other end and back again. So you will affect costs and possibly jobs and whether or not it would actually go around the estate. So, yes, great idea. I think the gun is a brilliant idea, sir. And thank you very much for that. I will put it to my area group and see what we can come up with. So thank you. Appreciated, but I will not support the motion as it stands. Sorry.
Councillor Barton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I've only got a few lines. Most have been said. I don't want to keep anybody much longer. But can I congratulate everybody for everybody's this afternoon's and today's behaviour? I think it's been brilliant, and this is how council should be in debates. So well done, everybody. I shan't single anybody out, even Councillor Walton Smith, but well done. But no, well done, everybody, including you two. But I agree with most of what's been said. But Councillor Clooney, you attended a meeting on the 10th September where this was already on the agenda, part of the work programme. The committee are scheduled to commence a review next month and examine how road safety measures are, including 20 mile an hour, are to be assessed and implemented. I want to flag one thing. I've got a couple of junctions on new estates where I'm a councillor in Forest Town, and I'd like this legislation to be changed. We can have, I think we had 36 accidents on this junction, and then you get in touch with county council and they say nobody's been killed.
Yeah.
I think that needs changing. And I think as a group, I think you need to change that. We as councillors know where our hotspots are. Now, these 20 mile an hour signs, I don't agree with it carte blanche, but outside schools, care homes, I think we'd all agree that we can do a piece of work that would work. And another piece of work this group could do is speak to the police. I don't want to do them out of money, but they know where the hotspots are, where the cameras are, where they're earning lots of money. If they think there's an issue somewhere, let's speak to a police as a committee. I think there could be a good piece of work done there. So it's all about common sense. So I can't support this. Like a lot's been said, I mean, the 30 mile an hour in Wales cost over, I think it were about 32, 33 million quid. It took 4.5 years to implement. I mean, it's madness, and they're on about getting rid of it now. So, but it's up to us as councillors in this room. You know where your hotspots are. We're the people's voice. That's what we're elected for. But I think we need to make it easier. So I don't disagree with everything you've said. We need to make it easier. If you do think there's a 20 mile an hour need to be put in, or an hotspot, I think we need to be able to do something about it quicker and more efficiently, and not wait for somebody to die to do it. So, but I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Walker-Gurley.
So, I'm not sure whether we've heard enough, if I'm honest with you. I think we have.
Fair enough.
Do I have to do a point of motion for that? Point of order, sorry. Can we go to the vote? I think to the vote. I think we've heard enough.
Bring the debate to an end. We've had a balanced argument. Bring it to an end.
Two more. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll just say quickly then. Sorry about that, guys. So I recognise the intention behind this motion. Speed limits are, by their nature, though, highly local decisions, dependent on the character of individual roads and the views of local residents. Since councils already have the legal power to implement 20 mile an hour zones where supported, I question why this is coming to full council rather than being handled through the existing local highways process.
I cannot support it.
I cannot support the motion.
Councillor Cullen. Speak.
I've had a disappointing day today, Madam Chairman. I've had a disappointing day as people have tried to silence me all day. However, it started disappointingly as I was rushing to get here this morning and I drove down a road in the newly renamed Grove Cottage Conservative area. And having spoke to local residents and knowing their feelings on it, as I drove down Park Road, I purposefully drove at 20 mile an hour. And actually, it felt safer.
Ooh.
It felt safer. Now, in my ward, not that long ago was implemented. Some people know my ward. My ward has Lilac Grove, which runs from the Boots factory through to Beeston. And it's a rat run. And recently, my predecessor got installed a 20-mile-an-hour limit. And the residents are absolutely thrilled with that because they wanted it and it makes them feel a lot safer. And on that road, a resident had their house crashed into by a British Gas van, in fact, that was going too fast. All sorts of different things. But they wanted it. They got the 20-mile-an-hour limit, and now they feel empowered. And interestingly enough, Councillor Steve Carr here, he also bought a speed gun with his divisional funds. And I've got a group of residents now. We've got a little WhatsApp group, and I've got a group of residents who are being trained to use that speed gun on Lilac Grove in Beeston Rylands to help people to drive slowly and to keep their children safe. Nobody here is proposing, as far as I can see in this motion, nobody is proposing that every residential area and everywhere will have to have a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, like in Nottinghamshire, you come across the border and you've got to go at 20 miles an hour. We're talking about where residents want it and where it's going to really contribute towards saving children's lives. Whoever in this chamber is going to say, well, is there a cost-benefit analysis available here? Is any child's life worth that? If residents want it, why should they not have it? And so my very, very disappointing day, where I've tried to be silenced and freedom of the press and all of that, could be improved if people would just see that. Don't misunderstand this. This is not about you having to drive at 20 miles an hour all the way home from here. It's about if residents want it and it's for their benefit, they should be able to have it. We should support that. We should do the right thing at least once today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee to speak now, please.
Chairman, really quickly, I originally come from a place called Bolton in Greater Manchester, and where I lived in Middlebrook, the residents wanted 20 miles an hour. They got 20 miles an hour. Do you know who was caught speeding every time? It was the residents that caught speeding every time. After a year, they were all demanding that the 20 mile an hour got scrapped. If I put speed cameras everywhere residents asked, I'd have a speed camera on every single road in my community. That's not an exaggeration, I really would. I know residents really want 20 mile an hour in my community. I could probably support it on 2 streets. Barring from that, residents would regret it after a certain period of time. I've seen it happen in Greater Manchester. I'm sure it would happen here. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Clooney, you reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the area I represent is totally urban. So unlike the comments about, this isn't a problem in rural areas, well, it's not. Well, I mean, the 30 to 20 is not so much a thing in the rural areas. Well, it's not, but it is in the urban areas, particularly in an area where I presented a petition about called Portchester Gardens, where there's like lots of little crossroads. You go a few yards and then there's a speed thing to try to slow people down, but it doesn't really work. It's very hilly. There's lots of cars parked everywhere. You really shouldn't be going more than 20 miles an hour. It's almost impossible, really. But we know people do, and hence it's very dangerous. You've got parked cars. I think that a bit like where Penny lives, it's very difficult to get around. So I would like to say that, and the fact we're here for all Nottinghamshire residents. We've spent a long time talking about flooding today, which thankfully isn't a massive issue in my area, but we spent a lot of time thinking about people in areas that are flooded, whereas, if in my area, speeding's a big issue. So, and certainly on the doors, talking to people, it would be one of the main things people mention is about speeding. It's about speeding. So, and the other thing about the speeding is you said, well, if the people speed anyway, but the thing is, if they're speeding above a 20 mile per hour base level, they're not going to be going as fast as they would if 30 was the base level. So that's what I'd like to say. Now, we're not talking about areas like Carlton Hill. We're talking about literally residential areas, like the area in Councillor Pasio's, division. We're talking about those sort of areas, not bigger roads, not necessarily where buses are or where buses can go fast. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now call on Councillor Gowland for her right of reply.
Thank you. Well, cross-party working has stopped today, hasn't it? I'm trying to introduce the Socialist Republic of Nottinghamshire, not. I deliberately chose 20 mile an hour. We deliberately chose 20 mile an hour in residential areas to avoid overreach, to avoid being told that we were trying to impose this on everybody. As we've seen today, a lot of people know that some areas people really want this. And I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but when you go to the county, when you go to Via and ask them to do this, they will say no. They will say it's not council policy, okay? I'm afraid that is the truth at the moment. And this is what we were trying to change. Now, if it happens through Place Select Committee, I'll be so happy, I'll be delighted, because I have a lot of this problem in my area. I do accept, whoever said it, I'm sorry I couldn't see, the use of the Wales state is not ideal. I appreciate that. That's not a good comparison, because I'm not suggesting a blanket 20 mile an hour limit across the whole of Nottinghamshire. But it should be noted the Welsh Government are not reversing the policy. They've allowed some places to go from 20 to 50 or 60, which, frankly sounds sensible. No, they've done that. They've done that. They've not reversed the whole policy. And they've still got 20 mile an hour speed limits in most of the areas. And they've also saved their residents a lot of money in their insurance costs. So forget all the data, let's just go with the insurance companies. They know what's going on. It saved people money. People talked about shops. Yeah, shops. I have shops in my road, basically. It's a 20 mile an hour limit. People walk to those shops. People drive to those shops. They can stop easily outside the shops to the 20 mile an hour limit. Buses. I guess bus routes probably wouldn't fit into this. And people probably wouldn't want them on the 20, that limit. I do agree with the point about it being confused when it comes and goes. In my area, because historically Nottinghamshire did introduce this, we have places literally where it goes 20 with a red sign, 20 with a grey sign, which if you didn't know means it's advisory, not obligatory, then 20 with another sign, then it goes to 30 for a few metres, then it goes back to 20. So it's already confusing. So this is trying to address that problem and make it more, sensible in a given region where residents can see it city and they're telling you, they will tell you, this doesn't work. So this wasn't a plan to introduce 20 everywhere, and it certainly wasn't a plan to leave out rural areas. I apologise if that's how it came over. I think there must be areas in rural areas that would be considered residential. And of course, if somebody comes and says they want to allow residents to bring 40 miles to 30 miles, I'll be up there voting with you, I promise you. So I'm very sad this has been so divisive. I'm very sad, but what can I do? Thank you very much.
I will now put the motion to the vote. So all those in favour? All those against?
Yes.
I know. I'm exhausted. Any abstentions? One.
So 4, 7, 4, 50.
So,
Yes.
the motion is,
Well, it was.
Yeah, we didn't vote for or against, and I did put his hand for abstention. I don't know if that's what you remember, that's what you
Yeah,
did.
you need to announce, yeah, open the vote and do graph.
yeah. So agreed. Right. So voting was Paul, Fred,
7.
7, 50 and 1 abstention.
Motion falls.
And so the motion has fallen. Thank you.
Do your raffle.
Before everyone goes, I have the results of the raffle. The beauty vouchers went to Councillor Neil Clark. Listen, I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished. The bottle of wine, Councillor Walker Gurley. Yep. The celebrations chocolates, Andrew Tristram. Yep.
It's not here.
The meeting is now closed.
Yeah, I just want to say something. Finally, before you all meet a hasty retreat, I just want to say what a pleasure it's been today in this chamber. It wasn't. Oh,
Well
sorry.
done.
It's been an absolute pleasure working with you all today. So thank you very much. Off you go and have a good evening.